like take off when your ship is supposed to and be like, it sounds like a skill issue that isn't on me. See ya.
Yeah, no, I just finished what I need to finish and got the fuck out of Dodge because I was fucking done. Yeah. All right, I'm here. We're in. We are ready. We are recording.
Oh, he's don't freeze again.
Welcome back, everybody.
Yee!
It's been a while, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
this is what I like to call the beginning of the end. Interpret that.
We had a president. We had a different president last time we played.
Oh yeah, we did.
You know what? Yeah.
Christ. Is everyone's character sheet all right? Is everyone getting settled in? Nobody's having any problems. Everyone can see the shit they're supposed to see.
Yeah, no,
Not anymore.
My shit is good.
I can see. I can fight.
All right, cool. So.
Oh, I just realized I ignored your texts.
Okay, that's rude, you asshole.
Wow.
she's like.
I was texting him about my issues so that he could tell you guys.
Could just yell really loud through the floor, you know.
I should have just sent Stormy down. Who am I kidding?
Just drill a hole through the floor and just scream into it.
You would have heard me, so.
Well, good to see that for one reason or another we finally have gotten here. So, let's begin, shall we?
Yes.
Under normal circumstances, I put the burden of the task on a D6 to figure out who's going to recap. However, I'm not that big of a dick because it's been almost 3 months, and this recap is going to summarize the entirety of Act 3. And I'm going to do it myself, just so everyone is on the same very detail-oriented page. And with that, gear up. Because we finally returned to Helios, where 5 radiant mortals slipped between the barrier, dividing the 2 worlds of one planet. Time granted no reprieve, replacing the sun once over their heads with a sun which lay hidden beneath their feet. Highshire's Patrol 26 ventured far beyond what their kingdom could ever have known was possible, landing in the backyard of their very human enemy. Yet, they were welcomed by common people and warm meals, simple lives, farmers, stoneworkers, barkeeps, children, families. Staring into the face of the Auroran dawn was to stare into a mirror. When labels faded, the lines dividing 2 nations disappeared almost completely, were it not for a radiant turbulence reminding these cartographers why they were there to begin with. Or reload something. That's going to take a while. A creeping dread which would not cease. Cosmic waves flashing from the internal star-like heart of Helios. And a powerful core artifact to control their abilities, which no longer functioned. These fleeting moments of peace were overshadowed by an ever-encroaching darkness. Moving forward, these ascendant souls sought their only lead, the last Startographer. Their journey led them through heliostone-rooted vegetation, ever-shifting caveways, Auroran settlements teeming with advanced culture, aura-ravaged dreamscapes, and even aboard an Auroran flagship, where they stared death in her face. Through time, where they expected to finally meet a Startographer, they instead found a far-seeing oracle in their place. Through her proclamations and machinery peering the future, a certain doom was framed to be inevitable. Beside her, the Auroran Archmage, none other than Ragni Erval himself, challenged the party's capabilities. Desperate to prove their abilities not only to those watching, but to themselves, they began to reach inward into the dark madness constricting the party with cold chains. Gilthum the Chained One proved a detriment to any effort the group attempted at peace between nations and even peace within their own hearts. Through great trial, Gilthum's chains broke before the party did, and the entity was swallowed by darkness. His defeat secured the party further control, left an inky tear in Ragni's sanctum to the outside world, and impressed the Archmage at that. However, still uncertain of the Startographer Fulcrum's whereabouts, a trail of puzzle pieces eventually led them back to the Farseer. Upon confrontation, her composure gave way to irrational conviction. From one fierce fight to the next, the Farseer ran herself ragged, and the broken core impacted her veil, where the being waiting on the far side of her soul finally manifested. Fulcrum returned, reclaiming control of her body. Working quickly to empower the group, she laid the path to repair the Cartographer Core and secure the party a seat before the first Auroran King, Palmerin Sidonis, in the near future. Meanwhile, the party sought the ghost of the deceased second Auroran King, Norias Leandros. Into the nest of secretive organizations, they stood before a reconstructed mechanical body in the likeness of the late Second King, housing a fundamentum they required to restore the core. Channeling cosmic energy, contact with it revealed a connection to the old machine, Atlas, Moon of Helios, a cosmic host. To angelic spectators, the false body of King Leandros stood, and combat ensued. In the end, the group obtained the needed fundamentum and left the children of Leandros in disarray, but not before their haunting parting words, telling of a premonition that spoke to them, one of wolves in sheep's clothing. As time continued to march toward the first king's arrival in Aurora South, the party wasted not a moment furthering core repairs. By Ragni's aid, they piloted avatars to a far molten corner of internal Helios, embodying the very constructs which once killed their neighbors. Imbuing the core with white-hot energy, their efforts blew a land formation sky high, leaving behind deep destruction. Following this, Ragni challenged the party once again, questioning their undeniable connection to the angels, and whether or not the Aurorans could truly risk trusting them. With the Farseer returning to control, now on far more cooperative terms with Fulcrum, and requiring some time to recover, the party sought Anthozea, a gem dragon for which they loaned a sliver of their ascendant power in an effort to better understand it. Navigating through the streets of Aurora South, which grow continuously unrestful, they rendezvous with the dragon within a historical museum where he garnered a particular interest in a wizard's tome on a protected display. Contacting its pages, the party followed suit, only to discover that this tome was a gateway to a place of interdimensional space. Shunting onwards to a destination unknown, great weight rests upon the Ascended's shoulders. The imminent judgment of King Sidonis, the status of Highshire, the volatile relationship between humanity on the inside and outside worlds, the machinations of the angels, and the cosmic omen poisoning the world, all stand to test those who dare sway fate. Do not be mistaken. Powerful forces seek to lay their claim. But even if they were to succeed, there are some things that are forever out of their grasp. These mortal vessels you command, their trials. These experiences, and this story especially, are yours alone. Beyond that, nothing is granted unless you fight.
Jesus
my
Christ,
God, I'm
man,
so
fucking
fucking
kick ass, bro. God.
Missed it all. What do you mean?
Man, my boy always delivers. That's
Yes,
crazy.
sir.
You don't want to know how long that took.
I have some idea. You gave me a little sneak peek.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did do that, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Mm.
I think you also showed Noah like a month ago.
Nope, it didn't exist a month ago.
Ah.
Then you showed him something different, and
I don't even remember what I showed him. I don't remember showing him anything.
Mhm.
What was I, blasted?
it was
All right.
I don't know.
It's a strong possibility, bro.
All right. Why don't everybody roll a d20?
Oh shit.
Do.
Can't believe if you roll the 1, you're being sent to Detroit.
Army.
Hey, I rolled a 1!
Hey,
Hey,
bye bye.
you're
Go
going
to
to
Detroit,
Detroit.
please.
I rolled
Goodbye.
2d20.
Off you go.
Tell Jim I said hi.
It just.
Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna
He's
hit him
just
with
gone.
a brick.
Ah.
Okay, that first roll was a 14. I don't know why I rolled 2, for fuck's sake.
Because you're an overachiever.
Yep.
Mm.
Always rolling with
Okay.
advantage, bro.
Advantage.
Come on.
Alright.
With hands contacting a tome of a long dead and powerful wizard, you feel your space around you, the air quake, and a powerful incantation is conjured from these parchments and brings you somewhere else. Energy wrap around you and shunt you far away.
Ooh.
Ooh, pretty.
It's a rough ride, being twisted and turned through interdimensional overlaps and through this ridiculous duck and tumble. The first one to land very unceremoniously in tall grass with lilac flowers as cobweb. As you come barreling down, and you almost get a face full of very decadent-looking flowers. Coming to a hard stop, your head spinning. The last thing you saw was a museum under duress, a few parchment pages, and then a whiplash of colors and craziness before a much softer, relaxing sight is all around you.
I imagine he, like, scorpion slides across the ground on his face, and after picking it up off the ground and slapping it back on, he's like, oh. What's going on? Where are we even? Where am I guess? Where is everyone?
You look around frantically, your heart still pounding from the rapid transition from one place to the next. Roll perception.
Okay. E21.
You with your 21s tonight.
Mm.
You take in your surroundings and your heart begins to slow. This place is beautiful. It's as if you're staring at a masterfully done painting. Almost as if the positioning and color palette of everything around you is curated, as if it's been carefully assembled, every last little detail. These willow trees have this lavender set of petals that cascade down, and you have a almost twilight looking sky that has some golden rays of sunlight that are cast over mountain peaks. On the far side, you can see that there are the light of torches on several paths that look like hiking trails that go through serene nature. And of course, there's what appears to be a luxurious lake house, which has a warm glow, which is reflected in the lapping of the still lake water. You're met earwise with a few chirping of birds and the lapping of water on shore rocks, and a gentle breeze which rustles tree branches overhead. Before there's something a bit more sudden that greets your senses, as there's a flash just behind you and a ripple through the air as another one of your friends comes tumbling into the lilacs as Dagny, you appear very unceremoniously falling into the overgrowth.
Oof.
It's about time. We got a live one.
Those are never fun. She just kind of very slowly gets to her feet and realizes where she is. Whoa.
I know, it's kind of idyllic. It's a little eerie, if you ask me.
Kind of reminds me of when we first saw the Chromatic Mountains. Just sort of just stand there and take a deep breath.
You look around and you inhale this very crisp, fresh air, and there's these little purple particles which are dancing gently around you in the air. And with your arcanely trained eye, you take in the sights, and you take note of these little purple particles which almost seem to greet you with a bit of enthusiasm in their movements. And you notice that there's a bit of a translucent flicker in these particles, and you can quickly discern that they exist through the work of something arcane, as if this is almost illusionary. The grass beneath you and flowers and all of the nature around you appears real enough, but it seems like there's a lot of arcane touching that takes place to make this site as painterly as it is.
Signs of illusion work here. Lots of weaving. Swister must have been amazing creating a world within the book. It's phenomenal.
I'd say that's a little bit wacky, but I haven't seen a leaf or blade of grass out of place in a while.
No. This was a masterpiece for them, whoever they were. One could stay here forever if they wanted. Not a care in the world.
To the ears of both of you, there is a more distant echoing of space-time rippling and conjuring something forth, and landing in a series of tall ferns, disturbing a small number of butterflies. You can look over and see that there is yet another one of your friends which has appeared in these tall ferns, and there is a flash of green hair as Nadira comes spiraling forth.
There you are. You alright?
If weird things happen every time I touched a book, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice.
God damn it!
I'll go ahead and help her up.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I mean, despite the rough landing, just look at this, and I'll just sort of wave my arm to what we're seeing.
Wow. It's like actually pretty here. Where the hell are we?
I mean,
We're in the book,
yeah,
I think.
yeah, this is all
We're
illusionary.
in a book?
Yeah, it's all illusionary spells weaved together to create this place.
I have not read that book, and I've read a lot of books.
I mean, I think to essentially keep it in place, he had to bind it within the book.
Oh, All right, I kind of dig it. Looking
You're
at the plants that are around, do they look like stylistically based off of real flora and fauna, or do these seem like created ones out of somebody's like head?
You may roll nature.
Can I roll nature though? Can my computer do any fucking thing?
Yes, it can.
Okay. All right, fine.
19. Now you've spent a good amount of time within internal Helios, and
In the
the
bushes.
flora around you in the internal world is almost evolved or arcanely augmented or mutated in some way. But this widens your eyes looking around this scenery, and it becomes abundantly clear that almost every plant that you can see around this beautiful scenery has its roots in the outside world.
Somebody who actually wanted to make pretty things out of a nightmare. I'm impressed. Where's everybody else?
I imagine they'll be here shortly. It was kind of a rough journey after we touched the book.
Oh.
Yeah, the longer there's sort of a lag, Cobweb sort of pacing back and forth, because he remembers Garrock.
They shall be here momentarily.
Oh, okay.
Oh!
You can't just
You look over.
You just can't sneak up on people like that, man.
You look on and you can see a slender green iridescent neck peers from the far side of the building, and you once again see the dragon form of Anthozea. It seems though he had spent some time lounging around waiting for your arrival.
You must give some credit to this place. Creating interdimensional space on internal Helios is exceptionally difficult. There are side effects.
I'd imagine so.
It's gorgeous, I won't judge you.
I can't take any credit for the creation of this place.
Who can?
Well, an established wizard with a tenured, almost legendary history in his efforts during the genocide. His name was Kaizamora.
Kaizamora.
You ever heard of him?
It sounds familiar. Did I hear this name before?
Searching your memory, although it has a familiar structure in the name itself, it doesn't necessarily ring any bells outright. The closest that of any name that comes to that is Claymora in the suffix.
No. I think it's just the suffix on that word. Mora reminds me of Claymora. Maybe they're interrelated?
Have I heard the name Kaizamora? In
Roll
me
history.
studies? Oh, because I'm so good at that.
You can do it, I believe in you.
Yeah, I'm so good at that, guys. I know everything about history.
Your mind gets
I read the wrong kind of books.
likewise to Dagny, your brain is fuzzy on it. Now that Claymora is of the mind, it does bear a stronger sense of familiarity, but nothing that leads to anything from your personal experiences. And at that time, you hear a unceremonious echo of a sound. As there is the sound of metal greeting stone, and there's a shaking of a tree nearby the house as a metallic fellow would come forth, and Kraken has a hard landing.
Kraken, you okay?
I do not appreciate how hard this book is.
You could owe that to all the very strong illusion magic at play, I suppose.
Usually the hard stuff in books is supposed to be fun.
Yeah.
I know, and getting hit is not.
It wasn't an easy landing for the rest of us. No,
At least we didn't fall in a tree.
Oh God, Aerithol. Oh.
Do you need help getting down?
Momentarily. case, feel free to get further lost in the vacation paradise, well, retirement home Kaizamora conjured for himself. The interdimensional properties of this place were custom chosen by myself to meet you all here. But before we get down to business, and I ask my grilling questions of all of you, take a moment to relax. This may be one of the last opportunities for you to breathe easy. After all, we are, what now? 42 hours away from the estimated arrival of the first king.
2 hours. Are you able to cage time outside the book?
Time passes in here as it does in the outer world, much the same. If time were to freeze here, Kaizamora would wither away to bones the second he stepped in, leaving no opportunity to converse with those outside of his vacation suite. It was a design choice, understand?
Very well then.
Suppose some R&R is in order.
Do enjoy it, and don't rush yourselves by my account. I am going to prepare a campfire. When you have had your way with this place, come seek me out at the far side of the lake house. We will have a discussion.
Very well.
Beach montage, beach montage.
Beach episode!
It's the beach episode!
Yeah.
I would assume Kraken is like right next to the house because that's where he smacked his head. He
Yep.
he like Kraken would want to circle through through the inside of the house to try to find a room that's relatively private for some tinkering.
I see. You head inside and inspect the inner areas, and the retirement/vacation home that Anthosea used to describe this place is quite on point. The furniture appears very well crafted, almost masterfully so. It seems like, however long this place has not been occupied, there's no buildup of dust or anything of degradation of this place. It's well lit, and the candles remain as vibrant as the moment they were lit. You can see that there's many decorative paintings that line the walls, and a series of trinkets and pieces of individual armor, and a few look broken and scarred. Testaments to achievements through this wizard's life, no doubt. And there's a series of side rooms, a small handful of bedrooms, a study, and there is a small, simple-looking workshop that is off in the far corner.
Kraken is just going to set out some basic tools and then leave to catch up with the rest, because I'm assuming that'll take a little bit of time.
All right. And before you get too deep into your work, there's one final sudden noise that echoes through this place away, as there's a tumbling and sliding of sand and gravel. Erithal, make a dex save.
Oh no.
That's
but-
unfortunate.
going
for
into
me.
the
Oh,
dream.
buddy.
Hey, that tree's getting awfully close. That tree's getting awfully close.
Oh.
Oh.
Just a sickening crack.
Can I roll like 50 d20s to reset my die or something?
An echo not too far from the lake house, and you can hear the sliding of gravel turn sand, and then met with a splash as Erithal comes rocketing into existence with more momentum than the rest. And momentum sends him tumbling down on the lake shore and into the drink.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, but how many skips? We gotta know if he was thrown good or not.
bruh.
yeah. How many?
Oh.
Should have said 4.
Honestly, I think one is enough. I guess Cobweb goes over the edge of the water. Are you alive?
Yeah, I needed a bath anyways.
You think
Floats
there's sharks
face
in
up to the
there?
surface.
It's a lake.
Tell me there's not sharks.
There's
Lake sharks.
there
Actually,
aren't,
oddly comfortable in here.
Ooh.
there's no such thing as lake sharks.
I jump in the water and turn
Wait, how
into a
deep
shark.
is the water? Yeah.
Is the
Look
water
down the
nice
deer
at
end.
least?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's comfortable.
Aerithal. It's like bath water.
Mm.
Splish splash, I was taking a bath. Jump in, do it.
To those who are
Fair
looking
enough.
down at Aerithal still in the drink, and among the shimmering water, you can see that there is the occasional glimmer of what seems to be fish that are darting away from the direction of Aerithal's less than graceful entry. It does seem like there is evidence of a small, self-sustaining ecosystem within this dimension.
Hmm.
Very carefully curated, as Nadira, your keen eye for this, would confirm with the occasional insect you see flying around and the choice of aquatic life, and even the trees themselves. It seems like this is very meticulously set up to be able to persist in a state of balance undisturbed.
This guy had quite the eye for the ecosystem.
Hmm. Must have studied nature for quite a long time. Well, don't want it to go to waste, and Dagny will start stripping down to her skivvies and we'll jump in.
Yeah,
Doing so,
Cobweb.
and
Oh.
having a bath in the first time since the Sanctum of Arcana, you go ahead and jump right into this water, and in most cases there's a bit of shock when jumping into a lake to adjust to the temperature. However, there's no such thing, and the first contact of this water greeting your skin is one of instant comfort.
Yeah, she'll kind of go up to the surface and will start floating on her back. This is nice.
Yeah, Cobweb's going to increase his size to large and do a cannonball.
Oh, you bitch! God damn it!
Yeah,
Right next to her. Right next to her to fling her away.
Fucking iron giant cannonball.
Yeah.
You feel the arcane power tense as your muscles begin to expand along with the rest of your form, and the water is begging you to show it who's the biggest. Just make an acrobatics roll.
Oh shit, let's see here. I'm gonna slip and break my neck. Let's see.
I swear to God.
Aerithal turning to see the giant wave just, huh?
Cobweb cast Tidal Wave.
Oh,
A
God.
cannonball large enough to disturb and cause ripple effects throughout this entire lake. You swear the way the waves and splashing catches the light of the Cobweb's big entrance, that there's some sort of almost arcane enthusiasm in the air, and quite the big splash you make.
Yeah, he's just gonna surface, mouth under the water like a hippo.
Just running full steam at the very bottom of the lake.
He doesn't swim. He's too dense. He just
Yeah, no, he's
sprints across
walking
the bottom.
across the
He's
bottom.
doing laps.
Like a hippo.
Yes.
Like max speed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looking down, Cobweb, you were able to sink surprisingly deep. You can see that the areas surrounding the lake house are relatively shallow, but as you go out further towards the center of the lake, there's a very steep drop off, and it becomes quite deep quite quickly.
I'm gonna full send it into the water and turn into a shark.
Hmm.
Oh, like actually,
Like,
nice.
actually, I'm not kidding.
Hmm.
You do so.
I'm key
Diving
fishing
in.
this shit.
While your form would change and your flesh molds into something designed for aquatic life as you assume the form of a shark. And everyone sees that the form of Adira, upon contacting the water, jets forward with great speed. And to your adjusting shark eyes, you can see down into the depths of this lake, and it is surprisingly deep. At minimum, at least 100 feet, possibly more. And you can see that there's these tiny little dots of fluorescent light that are coming from certain sea. It looks like almost like lakeweed that has these glowing roots that are nested within the sand. It almost looks like something of a sinkhole that is designed to host a variety of exotic underwater life and provide something to explore for those who go deep diving.
I would like
would
to go
assume-
explore it.
Hmm.
I would assume Kraken has shown up, but he has gotten out of his armor and put like his prosthetics on and everything, and is just gonna kind of stand awkwardly at the shore.
Like, Dagny's just gonna have one eye open looking towards Pagan. How well do your prosthetics hold up in water?
One of the fatal flaws. I do not know.
Might want to try and test that theory then.
Guess I'll die.
Well, here's the thing. I don't really have the materials to fully replace it if it starts to rust. I would have to go back to where I've ran away from, essentially.
Then stay near the edge, then.
That was the plan, yes.
I forget, what are fucking Kraken's prosthetics? Is it his legs and like an arm, or is it all
Legs.
his limbs?
Legs from knee down. One is elbow down on his arms, and then the other one is like halfway in between his wrist and his elbow on the other.
Let the nugget float. That's so fucked up.
He just sinks to the bottom.
Oh, and there he goes.
Yeah, I think kind of realizing that now, she will sort of swim.
Oh, that is fine though. You can swim.
No, I mean,
You can have your fun.
you know, your prosthetics, they remind me of someone else. Of course, hers was different. She only had one hand left, but she still managed to use an entire diving suit of sorts to give herself limbs again.
Unfortunately, that wasn't really thought out with my suit. It was kind of haphazardly thrown together from various ideas we had. It's not even a completed set of armor.
I imagined for Rin, it was probably a long process as well, especially considering who her captor was.
I forget the reason why I can't just cast Regenerate on him. Can someone remind me? Because I feel like I would have done this a long time ago, unless there was a reason.
Was it the components? I can't remember.
Regenerate. It literally just gives them back their limbs after...
It might have been a component thing. What are the components?
I'm
A
going
prayer
to-
wheel and holy water?
Yeah, ignore that. I'm just, so we can read that together.
Prayer
If they have
wheel and
several...
holy water.
I don't need that because they're not cost components. Spell focus.
And it doesn't necessarily say anything
Yeah, it does. I don't think it.
specific.
No.
I don't think it. I think it just allows you to reattach.
No, the target's severed body members, fingers, legs, and tails, and so on, are restored, if any, are restored after 2 minutes. If you have the severed part, you can hold it to the stump and it'll instantly knit the limb together.
Yeah.
I feel there was a reason that we didn't do it, though.
Well, you used that on Cobweb's
I
Eye,
don't
didn't you?
remember. It definitely wasn't on Kraken. It
I
might
don't
have been
remember that
something
ever
else.
coming up.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
I
Not
mean,
towards Kraken, yes, towards Cobweb with the eyeball, but not Kraken.
hey, Kraken, you want your legs? Okay, no, I mean, at this point, it's like his armor is probably the reason. He probably can't interface with it, right? If he has all the limbs.
No, the armor's main design is to replace that. It was a haphazard, just back thought that I had to. If somebody was missing all their arms, they could just wear this. But then we would, compact it, simplify it, and make it wearable and not, armor.
Would you like your limbs back?
Damn.
It's like Ariel.
Because I can do that right now.
Would my arms come back as they were, or would they be brand new?
I feel brand new, but is there? From what I know of the spell, B-Man, what would happen?
So regeneration is like, it's almost like it's reaching into the essence of how the body was formed, and essentially.
So it would come back as it was formed.
So it'll come back without scars, without flaws, without any sort of maiming. It'll be a
without flaws. That means he could. Yeah, his deformity wouldn't be there. Is basically what it is, right? Because he
depends
had.
on if you were born with it.
Oh, he was born with it. At the very least, the legs.
Aerosol, with a bit of tweaking, you may be able to work something up to truly regenerate his limbs in a better condition than they were. But you do know that as things currently stand, it'll return it to its... it's essentially reverting his body back to an undamaged, unmaimed state, as per his body's instructions.
Factory reset.
Yeah, anything that wasn't a born with defect, anything you were born with, body-wise.
I will gladly take my legs. I was a very competent fighter with them, and.
Okay, so we'll just cut your arms back off then for you.
My combat prowess with, fake arms and real legs was still good. I was a boxer like that, so. Half the body's power comes from the legs when it comes to that, so I would very much like my legs back. That'd be awesome.
Very well. Fucking biblically accurate aerosol steps out of the river of regeneration, apparently. Hand on track and shoulder, allowing him to, take off the armor so it doesn't, mess around with that.
He's out of the armor, so essentially, he just, shoves the kneecaps down, and, you hear a click, and he kind of awkwardly steps out and falls, and is now standing on... There's, 2 inches of what looks like polished, stainless steel, that it's just like a rod sticking out. And he's kind of just balancing on that.
Were the deformities in your hands or arms painful?
What I did to them was, yes, but no.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Very well. Hand on shoulder and reciting a prayer to Helios. Regenerate, bitch. I'm fixing the nugget.
Just the legs. If the hands can come back normal, if there's something we can do with that.
Target specific body parts. It's just after 2 minutes they are restored.
Oh, okay.
Wait, is that all body parts at the same time in the same 2 minutes, or one body part 2 minutes, another body part 2 minutes? I'm gonna assume all at once.
Severed body members, fingers, legs, tails, and so on, if any, are restored after 2 minutes.
Yeah, so it's like Deadpool regenerating. It just starts slowly growing within 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So this is everything that is going to regenerate. It doesn't seem like you can pick and choose what comes back and what doesn't. And I think, as per description of the spell, everything slowly comes back in unison over the course of the spell's duration.
Quick, remove my arms. Take them off so that weird skin doesn't grow between. Yeah, it's just like a quick button release, same thing. It just clicks and they just clunk off, and there's still that,
I have to remove the discount kobold from their armor.
Okay.
Kraken, you sit yourself down and begin to remove the fixations of your handiwork to compensate for what was lost. And you take one final look at your mechanical limbs lying next to you and revealing the stumps of what is still remaining after everything you've survived. Erethal's incantation glows vibrantly as you see a almost restorative glow of these strings which seem to knit themselves between each of his fingers in almost a vibrant string of golden threads as they approach your stumps to knit back together what once was. Erethal, you call upon the radiance of Helios and the power that is now within you, and even within the thick barrier of interdimensional space that this place is built within, you can feel there is a strong muffling that prevents any sort of contact with the outside world. Even then, you don't need to necessarily contact what's out there because a sliver of ascendant soul energy resides within you, and Erethal glows vibrantly, as far brighter than the lake house, as he becomes the brightest thing on the lake house or the lake shore. And contacting his hands to Kraken's body, Kraken, you can feel that there is a quake within your flesh, and you can feel as if your body begins to almost remember, as if it relives growing from a small dragonborn to a adult form once again. And you feel this tingling as these golden shreds of arcane threads that we're weaving before Erethal's fingers are now intertwining and weaving into your stumps. And you feel this almost churning of flesh forming from this radiant energy, and you watch as slowly but surely your limbs are being restored.
Brackett just staring at them, just watching, just waiting for at least his legs to be fully back.
You can see that slowly but surely it's all coming back, and you can't help but have a slightly different view on Erethal as something of a miracle man. You've felt this ascendant soul power and the strength within the party, but seeing it firsthand, the miracle that Erethal is literally performing on you right before your eyes, your worldly struggles to compensate for what was lost are melting away in a matter of moments.
The instant Kraken gets his legs back and is weird, is essentially wearing shorts now. It just bare, just dragonborn legs hanging there.
Mm-hmm.
It just slowly stands up, make sure they're good and solid, pounds on them, knocks them, and then just starts running. He just does laps around the lake.
Like a part of your brain which had long been turned off. You contact the ground with organic feet once again, and you can't help but have your mind go rocketing back to your younger days when you last felt this. And feeling like a child again, you take off within a athletic sprint, free from...
Oh, fuck, he's fast.
free from the clunky aid of mechanical compensation.
After he does one lap, he'll stop, point at Cobweb, and go, "You wanted me to teach you moves, right? Well, I can't teach you how to fight. You have your style, but I can help you build your body to be better. We will run right now."
Cobweb's under the water, but you see a bubble rise to the surface, and it pops. Bring it on! as he slowly gets out of the water like fucking Godzilla.
You rise.
Intermediate sprints. We go from jogging to running. Hold your breath every single time you're in a full sprint.
Okay, I guess.
Let's go. And he just takes off, starts doing intermediate, jogging to sprinting and all that.
Right on.
I think at this point,
Cobweb.
Doggy will go ahead and get out the water just to watch them run.
Oh yeah. You've never seen such energetic momentum from Kraken before. And as for Kraken, it's more than just your physical body being restored. You can feel that there is a vitality in this new flesh that is as if you were but a young adult. And so you bring this to its full potential and you are cruising. For Cobweb, you're surprised by his speed, and given that you've had your fair share of encounters leading up to arriving at this place, you find yourself a little bit winded to keep up with them. Why don't you roll athletics?
Alrighty, let's see here.
Just in the middle of it, I think he got rid of my cavities.
I mean,
Oh
yeah,
wait, hold on.
technically it would.
I'm large. Fuck, I forgot.
Hey.
Oh shit!
Oh!
Casual 29.
Oh hell yeah!
You realize you're only slowed and maybe slightly winded because you're impressed by the miracle that Erithal has performed on Kraken as he exercises new limbs, but they're not as big as you, and you're not about to act small. And so, tucking yourself and locking in, you speed forth, and you pass right by Kraken, leaving dust behind as you take the lead.
My pre-workout's kicking in.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. As for Nadira, you're going diving.
Yeah.
Why don't you roll perception?
Alone. This is a terrible idea. Okay.
Oh!
Oh!
Everybody's got them green numbers tonight. My God. It's been quite a while since you've been able to just let loose and feel the natural emanations from your wild shape without fear of killing something to save the lives of people you care about or fight for saving the world. For the first time, you can, in who knows how long, you can just be wild and be free. And so you dart downward into these depths and make them your own. Going down towards the bottom of this lake, you can see there's a series of rock-like cavernous openings that delve into these underwater channels that sprawl out. And so you go ahead and swim right through, taking in the freedom that they offer. There's these light blue iridescent plants which seem to flutter in their bioluminescence as you swim past, almost as a way for these plants to say hello in their own way to a accomplished druid. As you feel the water coursing through your gills, you look and see that even through these underwater caveways, there is some architecture that's in place. It seems the person who designed this pocket dimension even had some thought pulled into the depths below, for which few would see. You can see there's archways and pillars that are actually quite familiar, and these motifs in the stonework that line these underwater caveways, as well as the design of these channels themselves, it bears a strong resemblance to that which you saw within Osora.
Interesting.
Yeah, and looking along these pillars and reinforcements that are lining all of these caveways, you can see there's the occasional accenting of looks like tentacles, which further reinforces the connection. And you can draw a further conclusion from what you see here to how all of the flora topside is something that originates from the outside world. It's as if what's created here is to remind anyone in here of the world that was lost, of a home which can no longer be visited. It wouldn't be unreasonable to assume that this wizard was well about his travels on the outside world before genocide, and went to great effort to preserve that which was lost.
Smart man. Is any of the writing on the wall specific to names or even like time of event occurrence, or is it just mostly pictures?
Taking a
If any
further
picture.
look, you are able to identify the writing on the wall as abyssal, as is a standard language for the abyssalates of Osora. Do you speak it?
I do not. I'm a shark.
I see you
No,
speak
I don't speak.
Primordial. Does that encompass? No, I think that's
No,
Abyssal's
Primordial
different.
I
is
tell you.
specific.
Yeah.
see.
If you can memorize the script, Cobweb can translate it.
Can I attempt with my little brain to remember things?
You can roll investigation if you
Oh
want to
God.
try.
Okay. Sure. I rolled worse.
Not really sure what to make of all of this. It's definitely abyssal. You can see that the way that these inscriptions line these semicircular arches, you get the idea that just through the context of the architecture, this is something poetic. Something that would likely describe something of beauty. Remembering a beautiful world before it was taken.
With
Even
my knowledge of water and barometric pressure, would this deep, if I dragged somebody down here by any chance, would this depth like cause bodily harm to somebody?
it would be very uncomfortable.
But they wouldn't go like Titan submersible.
Hard to be certain, but it would definitely not be good for those who are dragged to these depths, as you put it.
Amazing. Okay,
Without the
cool.
body of a shark, to get this deep would probably take some time to get accustomed to the crushing pressure. Although it's nowhere near as oppressive as the depths of Osora, it's still a homage to those lands.
Okay, cool. All right, well, I'm gonna do my best to remember whatever I just read and just go back up to the surface. And I'm gonna, whoever's still in the water, I just want to do like the jaws circling with my fin.
I think there's no one left in the water, right?
Yeah, no, I
Let's
stepped
see.
out to watch
Everybody
the...
got out?
Yeah.
Rude.
To everyone who's watching.
And I'll
the
circle by
surface
myself.
You can see that a lone shark fin breaches the surface tension and begins to conduct circles.
Yeah, I just come to the
You would
water's
underst-
edge with my hands on my hips, just watching the fin. Just had to prove me
Oh, red
wrong,
flag.
huh?
She told you there was freshwater sharks. I don't know what to tell you. Did you run away?
Just trying to gaslight everybody. It's fine.
Okay.
Yes, like girl boss Kiki.
Nadira, what are you doing?
Shark Week's coming up. I had to get in the mood.
Mm.
I actually have no idea when Shark Week is. Alright, I will. Seeing that all my friends are on the surface, I will give myself my legs back and go join everybody.
So you do so and return to human land-bearing form.
I told you there were sharks.
Just because you can become one doesn't mean they exist.
Yes it does. Ooh, do you speak Abyssal?
Me? No. I think Cobweb does after his whole thing with, what's his name? The other Abyssalith.
Ooh, okay, I'm gonna like book it to go find Cobweb.
Mm.
You get
While
yourself
my
sorted.
little
Cobweb's,
peanut brain
like,
remembers
carving-
what I read.
He's like carving a ditch around the lake, running.
Yeah, you can see that there's something of a very brisk jog in progress. And to both the Dira and Dagny, you hear a little voice speak up near the water.
You know I could have drowned, right?
Oh no, Spidey!
I'm such a terrible parent. I'm gonna go get him.
Why did you do that?
I want you to hold on.
I'm not gonna go in the water. It's scary down there. I'm not supposed to go in there.
Why didn't you crawl to the shore?
I jumped to shore before you went in.
Okay, okay, you psycho. It's fine, I get it. Okay, now everybody turns into a shark. You can unlock doors. You can't turn into you can't give yourself gills.
Okay, take it easy,
No.
little one.
You look down, Dagny, you can see that Nadira and Silky are conversing, and wedged between two shore rocks, you can see that Silky has created something of a little silk hammock for himself.
Hmm.
I love him so much.
It's a nice hammock there, Silky.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of simple though. I just put it together really quick.
Hmm.
I really don't like the water. It scares me.
I bet.
The last time you were near big water, it tried to kill all of you.
That's true, yeah.
Be scared of the water, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, Silky. It's... Unfortunately, you're so small, sometimes we tend to forget unless you speak up.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I forgot that a water elemental tried to kill us.
Yeah. Yeah, you tried to rock our shit.
Yeah, but, Silky, just because you're small doesn't mean you don't have a big voice. You can talk. Don't be
I
afraid.
know I can talk. I should talk louder?
Yes, don't be afraid to be vocal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do have some good ideas sometimes. It's just sometimes I don't have ideas.
I mean,
No
yeah,
thoughts, head empty.
I'm somewhat of the same way. I don't always have the ideas, but other people have more knowledge than I do, so...
Oh, they sound really smart.
Smart enough, I suppose. I've done a lot of reading.
So if I read books, I'll get a bigger brain?
Yeah, you will.
Does that mean I can get a bigger voice too if I read the right book?
I suppose so.
As long as the book doesn't talk to you, yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, don't trust books that speak into your head.
No, if books talk to you in your head, take it from me. Please don't touch it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this whole place is from a book, so I guess I should be getting smarter right now, right?
I mean,
Are we all getting smarter?
I'm not quite sure, honestly.
Prack just like sprints by. I got faster.
Oh yeah, you did miss that, didn't you, Nadira?
Don't let him lie to you. Smooth brain supremacy.
Looking at him, like,
Wrinkle
with the
slow you
finger
down.
out, like, following Kraken, like, the
Nadira, you look
confusion on
over
my face.
not far from the lake house and can see that Kraken's metal limbs are deposited by the house. Meanwhile, he's now running with organic limbs.
Yeah,
What
you
the fuck?
yeah, you missed that.
did the
Aerosol
thing
regenerated his legs, yeah.
Oh, now he's a real boy.
Yeah.
Jesus.
In a point of inspiration.
I am now more man than metal.
The sarcasm is.
Yeah, so that's new.
Alright, Silky, I promise not to word you anymore. Let's go.
Jeez, I have a habit of finding broken people and fixing them, huh?
I mean, most
Not
of
enough therapy in the world.
Yeah, you fix most of them, I suppose. As she's kind of dressing herself, and last thing that she puts on is her arcane bracers, which I suppose for everyone else's perspective, they kind of are, they're similar to like the races that polio victims were.
Mm.
That's one way of putting it.
Yeah.
Cripple.
Bruh.
As for our shoreside racers, although it was something of a close match, Cobweb decidedly finishes first, completing his laps. While Kraken, despite the apparent loss of the race that was at hand, or at least so Cobweb seems to think, you can't help but feel the bliss anyways of being able to run like this. Win, lose, as long as you feel like this, perhaps none of it really matters. Yeah, gotta go fast.
Yeah.
As for Aerithal, you can look down at your chest. And this is apparent to everyone who lays eyes upon him. You are still radiantly glowing, quite bright. It's interesting that you didn't necessarily activate your power of your ascended soul directly, and yet you can still feel the warmth of Helios coursing through you as you continue to use these greater displays of your clerical power. It's becoming clear that the stronger you get, both as a cleric and with this blazing soul, it begins to blur the lines as to where Helios really draws itself from it being your patron or you being a part of it. The stronger you get, you're beginning to question if whether you're its patron or a champion of it or a piece of Helios itself, it's all starting to blur together. These definitions mean less and less. Despite the rest of the party sharing this power, you just can't help but feel like your connection to Helios just goes that much deeper, an understanding that is unspoken. And examining this, you can see you almost like lift up your arms to examine your chest. There's a few of these fluorescent butterflies that would land upon your wrist. There's 3 of them that have this pinkish tint to them.
Huh.
Is it the same kind of glowy luminescence I saw under the water?
As from the butterflies,
Yeah.
they're a bit different, but looking upon them, you can tell that these species, they do have some strong ties to species which you saw as a child within the taller rainforests that were on the central landmass. In fact, you thought that this species was extinct.
I want to reach out and touch one. Just to touch it.
They seem
Explode.
calmed by Erethal's presence, and extending your hands, you can see that one of them would flutter up and would land on one of your fingers. It seems like the warmth that they were attracted to from Erethal is also present within you.
These little guys were supposedly extinct.
Really?
Never thought I'd see one.
So, this place is definitely from before the genocide, then.
Are we all together? Is everybody around?
I'll say you're all in the general area.
Cobweb! I need your brain!
Oh,
Wow, never thought I'd say that
Hold on.
sentence.
Hey,
Damn.
We're both just sitting there stunned.
God.
I would like to attempt to tell, I guess I'll tell everybody about the ruins I saw underwater and the words that I saw and that I don't know what they mean.
Oh, that's why you asked me. Okay.
That's, yeah, context, right? It's great. Anyway. Cobweb.
I mean, can you show me where they are?
Actually, yeah, everybody feel like going on a field trip real quick?
I mean, I suppose it wouldn't be.
Oh, we all just got out of the water, but...
Yeah.
I cannot swim.
What do you mean you can't swim?
Well, if you take a look, he hold up his flipper baby hands, with one of them have like a real deep bend in the arm. These kind of prevent that.
I mean, if you want to stay topside, I don't gotta take you. Or if you want to, like, you could just hold on to my fin.
I just get dragged below.
Well, I'll make sure you don't drown before.
Actually,
I might have a solution to that.
I have a solution to all of you drowning. It's mostly just who wants to go.
I'll go if I cannot drown.
I mean, yeah.
Hey, cool. I cast water breathing on everybody.
Oh.
I was looking to see if I had that or something like that.
Mm.
Everybody. And then right? It's not concentration, it just sits there.
Mhm.
Magical.
It lasts
And they last for 24 hours. So if
Yeah.
you feel like going swimming. And then I'll dive back in and turn back into my shark form. And then I'll just look at Bracken to like kind of gesture to like, because I can't bend, sharks have no dexterity, but indicate like hold on to Finn.
Bracken will. I don't like wrap around like the giant. Like
I'm a
orca,
30-foot shark,
like,
just hold on.
like the giant orca, like inflatable pool toy, like kids like wrap around it like that. Bracken will do that to the giant shark.
If everybody wants to hop on the magic school bus, like we're leaving in 5.
Yeah, I will
Okay.
actually jump in and grab onto Nadira's fin.
We're
I am
going on a
massive.
trip on our
And our
favorite rocket.
Get ship to
All right.
explore the seas.
Cobweb follows
You
suit. Why
quickly
not?
go deeper and deeper to the better part of a
Away
depth
we
of
go.
100 feet below the surface, and this pressure quickly begins to build up as you can feel an internal
Everybody don't
pressure
die.
in your heads, and a
Don't
pressure
die.
behind your ears quickly begins to heighten.
Pop your ears,
Everyone
pop your ears, pop
descending,
your ears.
why don't you make a quick con save?
It's fine. You all wanted to go.
Instead, could I burn a Sork point for a second level spell slot and to cast Alter Self for the aquatic adaptation?
Ah, very nicely done. Absolutely.
I have to unequip something. Oops. Unattune and unequip. Now I think. So what'd you say before? Constitution?
It's a con save.
Yeah, con save.
Nice. Ooh, very nice.
Not bad.
Of course.
Oh,
Well,
Okay.
Ow.
it's alright. It's just gonna hurt a little bit.
Still added it anyway. Whatever.
okay. Let's see. Nadira?
I'm a shark.
Oh, you went back to shark form? Okay.
Yeah, they're all holding on to me.
I see.
I'm the Megalodon tour guide.
Aha! Alright. DC was 12.
Of course.
Dagny, this pressure begins to close in on your head, and there's a ringing in your head to go with it. Perhaps this is what people feel when you inflict your cantrips upon them in their heads. You take 5 force damage.
Oh.
Oh, that's not terrible.
No, it's not, but still.
You can shake it off,
Yeah.
and everyone descends further down, seeing this bioluminescent life
Concentrate.
wave back and forth with the gentle current that seems to be generated from these Osoran-based caveways at the bottom of the lake.
Mm.
And so everyone follows the lead of Nadira upon these archways to see that there is quite a lengthy inscription upon many of the arches.
Oh, my ear popped.
Who speaks Abyssal? Was it Cobweb?
I can read it. I can't speak it.
I see. You look close, and you read the following inscription carved within this, and it becomes extremely apparent, if there was any doubt, that this is something of a homage to Osora. In halls of slime neath the ocean's veil, where time itself forgets to sail, the abyssalists in silence sing of dreams before the gods took wing. Minds unbound by mortal chain, they weave the past like silk through brain. A culture etched in mucus lore, from eons lost on the abyss floor.
Damn. A bubble escapes his mouth, floats to the surface, pops, and he's just like, damn, that's deep. Cobweb sort of swims over to Nadira, gives her the okay sign.
Up we go.
Hold on, let me try something. Just in case. I'm gonna burn my last second level spell slot for Detect Thoughts.
Okay.
Anything when I get close to the ruins? Do I detect any mines other than ours?
Let's see. In the interest of living sapient creatures, there's nothing that returns in the spell, just the quiet ping of very simple thoughts from some of the sea creatures which occasionally pass you by.
Fair enough.
Lake creatures, I should be saying.
Okay. Cobweb swims back over, satisfied.
All right.
Back up to the surface we go.
Mm-hmm.
You breach back and transition from breathing water to air, a bit jarring for those who are not used to it, as your bodies almost instinctively expect to start drowning being in water, and switching from breathing water back to air confuses the recesses of your mind for a moment. But Nadira's magic holds true, and you are unharmed, if not a little confused of breath. One interesting thing to note, staring upwards at the sky, Dagny, what is your passive arcana?
My passive arcana is 20.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking good.
Yep.
You look up at the skyscape and can see that there is something of a late afternoon with beams of sunlight that are passing overhead, and further beyond are the twinkle of stars. But you can see, looking onwards, there's certainly no sign of any true depth to this sky. It just seems a little more flat than it ought to be.
Mm-hmm.
And the occasional ripple every once in a great while that comes across this flatness, you can tell that beyond the painterliness of the illusionary magic that's here, for a dimension to exist in this way, there's, although you're not sure how, some extremely strong foldings of dimensional fabric that are forming the bubble to keep this place solid. For it to have persisted for however long, just like this, you think that this is more powerful magic than you understand at a glance. A marvel in more ways than one by now.
A fin.
Yeah, I would say, I wonder if my mother was creating magic like this. Oh, this is probably beyond her understanding. And she'll go ahead and swim towards the shore.
All right. You can see that there's a small rack that's by the lake house. There are a series of towels that are ready for an occasion such as this, which allow you to get yourself not so sodden. Okay, I imagine you'll be taking up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see woven into the fabrics of these towels, it seems to have a prestidigitation effect to them, and they wipe away moisture and dry you almost without effort.
Cobweb scrambles up onto the shore. Still has fins on his arms and legs. He's got a largemouth bass in his mouth, making him the world's first fish goblin. All right, that's enough of that.
You can see,
if we
go ahead.
if we don't plan to go talk to our invitee, I'm going to go start some tinkering. Please don't disturb me unless we are trying to talk to him about whatever the light connection thing.
Okay.
because these are going to be a surprise.
Ooh.
Okay.
Can we
Okay,
gauge how long we've been here? Sorry.
You've only really been exploring the.
Like an hour.
No, not even. Maybe close to half an hour.
Mm.
Okay, cool, thanks.
And then Praken will like finish drying off, gather his limbs, and then go close the door. And if there is like to that workshop, if there is like a lock, and lock it, and start tinkering on some stuff.
There's a simple door lock. Slide a
Oh,
bolt
yeah, that's
into
fine.
place. You look around, and this is more of a side room for small projects, and the workbench is rather simple. And looking on the selection of tools on this workbench, you quickly become a bit confused. Most of these are simple tools which can be used for basic repairs. You imagine they may be laying around for maintenance to the furniture or perhaps just upkeep on the wraparound porch. However, there's one or two tools which are extremely different. You can quickly tell that these tools are something of an extremely specific mechanical purpose, and they are very much out of place here. Like these would have absolutely no function working with the other basic tools on the bench. And you can't help but wonder how these got here. Why don't you roll investigation?
That's pretty good.
You can see that this is what almost looks like a small like ball peen hammer with a few little slits into it, which expand out for these extremely precise tools and blades that always track back into the handle as something of a multi-tool. And the other one, you're not quite sure what it does, but it has this electroplating on the grippers, and you imagine that there's this tool you can really recognize has applications that are only fit for something of an artificer. And holding these
Ooh.
tools up to the light, you can decipher that these tools are made of adamantium. Or adamantine, whatever the...
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
adamantine, I think.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it immediately is odd to you that these are here. They don't really have a place and don't match the rest of this lake house.
And Praken will kind of just speak out loud to himself. It's better to have the one tool you need for that one specific thing, because then, you'll have to try to make one. And he'll try to like further identify what they would specifically be for, if that's possible.
Going off
Or
your
was that
previous-
yeah?
your investigation check, which is pretty good. You can tell that these would have some applications for some very advanced arcane objects, or for some advanced machinery, not unlike something you've seen within Aurora South. Curiously, you don't really see any of that around here. And these tools almost seem haphazardly left on the workbench. And it begs the question as to why they'd even be here to begin with. You can certainly keep these should you choose to do so, and they would aid you in modifications made with your armor and your general artifice work, especially with any intention you may have to create magic latent items. These are certainly a boon, although they are a little bit more specific than you'd like. They're more helpful than just the basic tools that are strewn about the rest of the workshop.
Now, with these being things in this book created by the the wizard, if I were to leave the book with them, would I have any idea that they would actually follow me, or would they just be left in the book?
You're not sure, but there's nothing illusionary that seems about these tools. They seem real enough. And
Yeah,
looking
then,
around the keepsakes that are on the walls, You have a feeling that you might be all right in theory.
Yeah, then yeah, I guess he'll leave them on there, but he'll definitely like collect them, and if he needs them, he'll use them. If you never know when that one thing will happen, that tool is needed.
Alrighty, do so.
And yeah, I guess he'll see if there's any. Actually, you know what? He doesn't need the hands. He's going to immediately start to disassemble and separate all the metals and everything from his arms and legs
You do so.
into like usable pieces, and then collect all of probably the small amount of gold that's in all of it, I would assume, because it's a good conductor if I remember correctly. And
This will take you a little bit of time to carefully
oh yeah,
disassemble into
definitely.
a usable state, but it easily can be done given the tools you have on hand anyways. It's a bit interesting the way this passes through your mind. And disassembling these tools, a part of your mind is trying to stop you and ask, what are you doing? This is a part of you. And then you look down at the now full organic self that you now are. And
Wiggle the toes.
you almost feel like you're beside yourself, and you are disassembling a piece of what you once were, perhaps a lesser form of yourself. And not only are you disassembling these prosthetics, but you're disassembling what they represented. It all happens so fast. It still almost gives a sense of disbelief in your mind. This feels like a dream, being in a place so serene and now having limbs. You begin to question, even for just the briefest of moments, if you're not even really here at all. But pinch yourself if you must. You are.
Yeah, that thought that he had originally when he first met these people, and essentially just explaining everything that he's ever done, like immediately. Just stream of consciousness. The one thought will be there. Well, these were made to help me. They were both, all of them were gifts. I will now turn these into something to help others, just like they helped me. And that will be like his driving force to dismantling it and doing his tinkering.
Right, and off you go. Any other immediate actions from the party?
Nothing from me.
You can see, by the way, there is a flicker of orange light, which is emanating from upwards, up the hill. It's a switchback path, which leads to a clearing, which you can see there is the reflections of a campfire in progress.
It must be at the Sayad work. Imagine we probably want to wait till Kraken is ready.
He did say to just knock on the door and get him if you decide to go up there. So it's up to you.
Yes.
Really quick, I would like to try something. I believe the sort of poem that Cobweb saw under the water sort of ignited his interest in the ancient Abyssales, and as of just now remembering, he's going to use as soon as they get back, he's going to use the ass end of Detect Thoughts to attempt to make contact with the Shard of Corral.
Oh, okay.
Since I've completely forgotten to do this every fucking session since I took Sorcerer.
Hey, now is the perfect time, like legitimately.
Why not?
Now, Shard of Corral. Let me see here. Remind me when you picked this up.
As soon as I became a sorcerer, remember, it was like, when Corral dominated me, like literally the first session I was here.
Yeah, pretty much.
He left a psychic shard in my brain, and there was this whole subplot where, old boy's old character, went into my dreams and he was like touching my brainstem and shit. Yeah.
Right. That's right. Okay. Now, all right, this, just so I understand your intentions, you are reaching into essentially your own self to try to feel the presence that this Abyssalith power has within your own body. Is that what we're doing here?
Well, I'm more so trying to gauge whether or not the shard is even sentient at all. Whether or not there's actually a legitimate mind in there, or if I'm alone in my body. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I see. All right. Let's see here.
The way I'm thinking of this, it's like that one episode of The Simpsons where Homer has a crayon like jammed in his brain.
Yeah.
I just picture that as the crystal just sticking in there.
Okay. Let's see. You reach within yourself to this shred of this Abyssalith that once was. Why don't you make a wisdom check for me?
Right on. Let's see here. That is an 11.
There's power to be felt from this piece of Abyssalith energy. You look upon it for something more than just a well to be drawn upon. You look for personality, for soul, for intention, thoughts. And while the only soul present appears to be your own, bolstered by this sliver, there is something of a remnant that you can wave your mind across. An imprint, as it were. You can feel something of a remnant of retribution, of unmet vengeance that was felt within Corral during the time of his interactions with you and the rest of the party at the time. While this may not be a direct link to the soul of Corral or his mind per se, this is something of a manifestation of a sliver of his power and that which his convictions were aimed towards at the time. It seems like this power may have some ethereal ties to the greater Abyssalith bloodline or the well powers that they draw upon, maybe something originating from the depths. It is yours to be certain, but one that just seems to have an impression of another being's intention, if you will.
Okay. Well, Cobweb is sort of inwardly crestfallen, sort of coming to the realization that they're pretty much almost gone. And that kind of bums him out.
I will say, as you come out of this and look up, you do see the similar sight that Dagny once pointed out to the rest of the party, as there's a very strong interdimensional barrier, these ripples which separate this place from the rest of the world. There perhaps is a fleeting chance that there may be some greater connection to living Abyssaliths that you may not be able to feel while in a separate place like this. Either way, without the ties to the living minds of them, their power is quite real, and you can feel it within your veins. It has kept you alive this far, and will continue to do so. And that is more than just ethereal.
Right on. Positive spin. Fucking S tier DM. Let's go. Alright. Yeah, I suppose after that he's just gonna try to chillax for a while.
easily done in a place like this. Any other immediate actions from the party?
I think I want to go just sort of looking around the structure here, the house.
Yep.
Kind of exploring inside.
I see. Roll investigation as you check this place out.
Okay. Be nice, please. 16.
Certainly a place that a well-accomplished wizard would want to rest upon at the end of a successful life. You take a look inside through these almost crystalline glass panes that have this pleasant shimmer to them. Something of a flare-up of this reflective energy, which almost seems reactive to sight. Whenever you look upon this, it's almost as if the glass has this eagerness to welcome you inside, and welcome you to the home as in general.
Mm-hmm.
Upon the walls, there is a collection of keepsakes, and you can see that there is a series of small wooden baubles and child's toys. You look upon some paintings that are upon what looks like a small little social gathering area. And one thing does ping your mind as extremely familiar to a place for which you drew your similarities to. You can see that there's a clear depiction of the chromatic mountains in a portrait that hangs above a shelf. And you can see there's a few little chunks of rock which are laid out in front of it on said shelf. And they do have something of a unique coloration to them, as well as a crystalline structure almost, despite being stone. Just based on this alone, you wonder if this wizard may have had some personal ties to this place. And then you also look around, and something that catches your eye in particular within what looks like a study. There's this very cushy looking red velvet chair, and there is quite a series of well-established bookshelves which line an interior wall.
Yeah, immediately looking at all the titles and picking one.
All right. Let me see here. Roll 3 D100s.
Okay.
Bruh.
Okay, that's a 49, a 9, and a 15.
Ah, I see that. Okay. You pop the first one, and let's see. You can see that there's a teardrop indentation on the cover of this book, and it is titled "Fun with Tears," a book detailing the magical and alchemical properties of tears. And it seems like there's a variety of different applications depending upon which the beast of origin. Looking to another, you pop another one off the shelf. See? This looks like a guide to herbs and plants. It looks like this is something of a recountance of herbs and plants from a particular region of Helios, one within the eastern landmass. It's an odd mix between these vibrant, almost glowing vines that seem to be the base for many recountances. And based on your relatively good previous investigation check, you recognize one or two of them from the Tritorolic area. You've seen a few of these in person.
Huh.
The other, curiously, is a series of desert-like plants which seem to be close by. Had you continued to explore the area, it seems as though there's something of a desert that was adjacent to it. And there's a series of cacti and small but rugged ferns which can survive in such an environment. And finally, see. You shitting me? Something of a joke book, you must think. You pick this up. It's a hardcover, large tome labeled "What Men Know About Women."
Oh my god.
Fuck's sake.
Wait, all the pages are blank though.
Hardcover
How many
book
now?
with 100 empty pages.
Now, how many like joke books have you found so far? Because I think this is like the fourth or like the fourth or fifth
well,
or something.
the first
since
one
I
we
joined.
the first one we actually found. There was Cold Boiled Jokes, which I burned.
That's kind of mean.
There was. Hold on, I've written down all these books.
Didn't we eventually find like softcore erotica about a fucking dragonborn?
Yeah, it was like the Lusty Dragonborn.
There was
Yeah,
also there was also 50 Shades of Drow.
Yes, icon.
Don't get any ideas, Shannon.
God damn it.
There was a
I was
few.
gonna say Shannon's been borrowing that.
There was a field guide that Rin had. It was called "Are You Being Invaded?" Then there was that weird ass book that was made of dwarven metal and cloth, and it turned out to be a dwarf that was turned into a book because the first page said "Help me."
Let's put it back on the shelf.
There was I know there was 50 Shades of Drow. But like I've written a lot of the titles in here. I'd have to go through all of them.
It seems
And all
like
that.
the context of literature here is a wide swath. With your good investigation check, there's one thing that you denote flipping through these tomes. The way that this study is positioned within this cottage is a little bit strange in orientation, and most of the walls are relatively thin, only maybe 6 or so inches. But you can denote that one of them in particular, the one that has the bookshelf to this wall, relative to the outside room, it seems a lot thicker of a wall than the others. You look around and on the outside to see if maybe there's something like compartments or anything or more to it, but you've at a glance don't seem to find anything of note.
Can I check around, see if there's like a secret switch or button or whatever?
I will say if you're looking specifically for secrets, you may roll investigation once more.
21.
I see.
21.
You look around for a good 5 going on 10 minutes. And on the outside walls, many shelves that line this space, there seems to be nothing there. You double back to the books as your curiosity once again gets the better of you, and you begin to just kind of finger browse for a few of them until there's a relatively small book which is nestled maybe halfway through the second to bottom shelf. Before your fingers graze over it, you pull it and you hear it click.
Yeah, just jump back at that.
It's a pocket Bible.
A section of the wall gives way to a narrow passageway, and the staircase descends steeply downwards.
Okay.
There's a draft coming from this passageway.
How loud was that?
Loud enough to be heard within the lake house, but not loud enough to be echoing through the outside. So,
Okay,
Kraken,
so
you do hear
yeah,
this.
definitely hears that. It's just like, yeah, a click, the door. It just clunk, 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 clunk. What was that? He's wearing like he's got like the mad scientist goggles that have like the like magnifying glasses that you could like click down and do like a cone of them.
Right. I was just looking at the books in the study, and I realized this wall was a little bit thicker than the others, so I pried around and this popped up as she points to the staircase and the passageway and the drafty staircase.
Should have figured more wizard bullshittery.
Should we gather the troops?
I mean, I want to take a look.
Oh, I do too.
Cobweb, can you get the other two, please?
Kalel. The patters off. Yeah, I guess he's gonna go find the others and be like, there's a hole in the wall. The wall was not
Damn
a
it,
wall.
Cobweb.
You guys gotta get in here. Oh man,
Yeah,
I
right.
set myself
Who
up for
put a hole in the wall?
Is the passage dark at all, or is there just like distant light in it?
It appears dark, but there is a faint flickering of light within hard stone. It looks like Cobweb is directing everyone inwards. Cobweb, as you're kind of chauffeuring everyone in and are the last one inside, you look towards the far end of the lake, by where there's a series of torches that are highlighting a switchback trail, and you can see that there is a sickly green light, one which was not there before, and you look and it's emanating from a staff being held by a large creature staring at you.
Oh!
No!
This is where the paths diverge, I think.
You should go say hi.
Familiar, this figure. You know this face. But its sudden presence here makes no sense. It's staring at you, knowing your presence, and mockingly beckons you before turning away and proceeding to the far side of the trail.
You guys go ahead. I left my underwear on, and he walks away.
Well, it's not like he can actually
going
get
to
Have we
lost
been
ignore
in
that.
paddling him while he's not wearing underwear?
here. Let's not worry about that. He's...
I'm going to ignore that comment.
Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Alright. You're proceeding downwards?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Alright. Let's take a 15.
Yeet!
You.
Out of all the things I expected to happen today, limb regrowth was not one of them.
Yeah, man.
Love that we got our beach episode.
Yay!
And then the best follow-up to anything like that is, you are gay.
Who says I'm gay? Alright, give me one moment here. Urkel, wow. It will have to do. This is... The fuck?
Oh, stupid cat.
Okay.
Okay.
Right here.
I'm here.
Yo. Well, I'm here.
Apparently.
Taco Bell.
Okay.
¿Tú quieres Taco Bell?
Mm.
Ah,
Everyone is filed inside, having a revelation that Dagny seemingly has made a discovery. Everyone walks in one by one, with Cobweb being the last one in, or at least so he was supposed to be before he says he forgot his underwear.
He said he left his underwear on and then walked off.
And before anybody has time to ask why the sudden change in behavior, he is wandering off. As for Cobweb, this sight of this distant friend, if you could call him that, disappears to a far trailing path that seems to go towards the edges of which you can perceive. How would you like to act?
But Cobweb just throws his hands up. He's like, motherfucker's making me walk just so he can aura farm, and he starts climbing.
Throw a rock at him.
You're gonna walk around the lake to get to that trail?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. For
He
everyone
probably got
else,
something
you
important to say. Why not? Go ahead.
watch Cobweb walk off as he begins to round the entirety of the lake to the far side, leaving you all alone.
Well, guess he's decided not to join us. Shall we all go down?
Yes, let's.
Okay. Erythal, would you mind giving me some light as I hold out the head of my cane to him?
Wasn't there light like flickering at the bottom?
Yeah, but
Yep.
I'm talking about the how deep does the staircase go down? Is it far?
Let's see. It seems to go descending downwards 25 feet before rounding a bend and
Okay.
seemingly going on even further.
Okay, fair enough. I'll go ahead and start heading down the stairs.
Okay.
Yep.
it'd be such a shitter move to cast daylight instead of light on it.
He's fucking blinded.
Ah!
Was it?
Too bright.
What is it? Not scorching right? What's the big like sunbeam? Just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I am
torching
going to cast
everybody.
light on it if you want me to, though.
Using a Kamehameha for light is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. As for Cobweb, you take several minutes to round the lake to the far side where you see a few ever-luminant torches that are flickering their light along the lapping water and arrive at the site for which you had seen this ogre shaman, this big unit. And looking around, you don't see much of a sight of him. However, looking far along the trail, you can see towards the far edges, there he is. He is still walking at a semi-brisk pace with his large shamanic staff emanating this green glow, which makes him easy to trace. Looks over his shoulder as a single glowing eye looks back towards you, and a toothy grin would greet his face as he sees that you are following him, and he simply keeps moving.
Cobweb just sort of crosses his arms and stubbornly follows him. Where are we going?
The being does not reply to you, although you know that you spoke loud enough to be heard. He continues on as the path continues to sprawl farther away from the lake house, and your surroundings begin to become more misted and devoid of detail.
I don't know what you're playing at, and I don't even know how you got here. But this is pretty fucking peculiar. Even for you.
There is no reply, and he simply keeps moving forward, occasionally glancing over his back to see if you are still following suit. He does not seem to entertain conversation.
Okay. The silent treatment, I see. I guess Cobweb's just gonna follow him. Fuck it. I'm too curious not to.
All right. Forward you go, about 100 feet. The further you travel to the recesses of this pocket dimension, the more unrefined the landscape becomes as this lush environment gives way to more simple patches of grass, then dirt, then gravel. And you can see that you are fast approaching what looks like a barrier, which has this powerful interdimensional rippling that you were witnessing overhead. It seems like the farther out you go towards the edges of this place, the more apt you are to finding the actual interdimensional walls, which are the limit of this dimension. And you can see that this shamanic friend, in massive air quotes, continues forward. He makes no effort to slow down, only the occasional glancing over his shoulder to make sure that you're following him as he approaches this barrier without stopping.
After a while, Cobweb gets a little bit suspicious. He's gonna throw a rock at the back of his head. I'm talking to you.
Go ahead and just make an unarmed strike at him, I guess. Or like improvised weapon, rather.
Nice.
Oh, that's really good. You take a rock and send it careening towards this guy's big spiky back. It definitely hit him, but you don't see nor hear it hit him. It seemingly just went up to him and, to your best interpretation, phased through him as you can hear the rock hit the gravel ahead of him. He does not react. He simply keeps going towards the edge of this veil.
Okay. Cobweb's going to follow him more cautiously. As he's sort of following him, I'm gonna have old boy take the dodge action just in case, sort of looking out to the sides for any ambushes. This feels weird, but yeah, I'll play along. Fuck it.
The shaman continues forward to the edge of this barrier, where he looks over one final time with that familiar grin and beckons you to continue following him. There's a pause, and then he continues walking forwards towards this rippling of a space-time barrier, a series of folds across multiple dimensions, very strong magics, which seem highly reactive to anything that comes near, as you have seen when people are shunted into this place. It ripples across the entire lakeside. However, your shaman friend continues, seeing that you are still interested in his pursuit. He passes the barrier and disappears without the barrier reacting or rippling in any way.
Okay. Well, since he wasn't scared of it, Cobweb's not a pussy. He's gonna walk through. Why not?
You walk through and
Show me
you
up.
get towards the edge of this barrier, and you can see that as you get closer, it begins to ripple and quake with your footsteps approaching, and the very physical presence that you have. You can see that you are stressing the edges of this dimension, and it becomes abundantly clear that there is a very powerful magic at play here. Should you cross this barrier, you don't truly have any idea where you may go, nor do you have any guarantee that you can come back. And as for the shaman, the veil did not interact with his presence the way that it's reacting to you. The same applies to the rock that you threw at him. It will allow you an insight check.
Alrighty, let's see here. Do I have anything that might help with that? Let's see here. Oh, I don't. Fuck. Alright, let's see. God damn it. Alright, there it is.
Oh god.
With a 4! He's so dumb. God damn it.
The only thing that makes sense here is, given that he's a shaman, there's more at play here than is leading on. You do remember that other members of the party had witnessed claiming people that are familiar to them. But as for what this may mean, there's just simply not enough information. Unless you're willing to leave this place to be potentially separated.
Alright. I'm rolling a d20. Odds I stay, evens I go. Chaos! Oh shit.
The edges of this place are quaking by your very presence. What would you like to do? Shaman has disappeared.
Any thoughts from the party? I'm open to backseat gaming, please.
You know, like, Dagny did mention that this place had a lot of strong illusion magic.
Yeah, you're right. But why would it actively lead me here?
That is
This
the
is
question,
fucking
isn't it?
weird.
It is.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't trust this at all.
Then
Combo's
don't
just gonna
go.
turn the fuck around. Yeah, Combo's gonna turn around. Yeah, fuck
Seriously,
that.
Yeah.
I mean, we came here to essentially take a breather
Uh-huh.
and to like learn and train. This could be Cobweb's
Yeah.
like learning and like
Yes.
this could be the training montage basically for him.
Maybe.
But if there is the lingering feeling that you will be taken outside of the book somewhere completely different, that is ultimately a choice. That is up to you.
Well, here's my issue though. If the thing is, I don't know what happens when I pass the barrier. I don't know if the barrier breaks, and we get shunted back into, or we get worst case scenario, we get flung all over the fucking multiverse. That would suck dick.
I mean, what if we regroup? And I mean, is this a place that we could come back to when we're all together? Or do we think this is like a once you walk away, we're done?
No idea.
You're done, I should say.
That's the thing. We don't know whether.
We really don't know.
We have no clue. Roll a d10. If it's even, make one decision. If it's odd, make another. Leave it up to the dice. This is D&D.
I'm too curious to not see this out to the end. Cobweb is going to approach the barrier.
Oh,
Yes!
God.
You're gonna be stupid.
You
be
do.
smart about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just goes to the next chapter. There's just nothing.
The barrier quakes. This is the place where this shamanic vision had dissipated. And it does seem like this is far away from the rest of everything else taking place. Now, you've only seen this figure a handful of times in visions, but it always spoke and seemingly mocked. Seeing it this time, its behavior was different to be certain, although it was directing you. The choice is yours, Cobweb, if you want to risk leaving your friends behind beyond recovery, or hesitating even for a few moments. You're free to act.
Cobweb approaches the barrier, but as he reaches out his hand, he pulls back at the last moment, valuing the company of his friends over any potential power he might receive. And he turns around and regroups with the rest of them.
Against your fiendish curiosity, you decide to play it safe, at least for now. And so you keep a mental note of this place in the Vale, this trail, and double back, hightailing it back the way you came along the edges of the lake, putting that workout that you got with Kraken to good use. Back towards the lake house.
He believes in the power of friendship.
Oh, I totally
God
would have gone
and
for
anime
it.
on my side.
As for everyone else,
Into the hole.
No hole.
Oh,
Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone.
How are you? Fine, thank you.
They're kind of calm.
Okay.
these stairs give way to a bend that winds further down. You can see that there is the dancing of firelight coming up ahead, and a smell of fresh stonework. This place is quite the contrast to the lake house, and quite the contrast further to the dimension that is above, one of serenity. This one seems a bit more purpose-built.
Like, I'm assuming this is the way forward.
Yeah?
Okay, just making sure.
oh.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Oh, there's a wall there.
Yeah,
there's a glyph here.
There's a wall.
This feels like a training montage.
Maybe.
Or a sacrificial chamber.
No.
Walking into this chamber, you were met with these decadent, almost royal purple carpets, which have these slightly glowing sigils engraved into them. Across the room, there is a series of what looks like almost tombstones, resting places.
Oh, that's what I thought.
The center is something of a white, glowing basin, where the entire lining is made of stone. There are these ever-burning braziers, which are giving light to this room.
Like, my immediate attention is on the sigils. Do they all look the same, or are they all different?
They all appear to be the same at a glance, and they blur the lines between arcane sigil and something of a family crest. They seem to serve dual purpose.
Does Bracken... Can he, like, recollect anything with this sigil?
You can roll investigation.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, does the crest look Osoran in
Oh.
style? Oh, Jesus.
To be clear, this is nothing Osoran, nor is this anything that is directly resembling anything that's outside, save for seeing this sigil once or twice within the study, Kraken. This definitely appears to be a place of demonstrative power and position. It doesn't look like any of these have any innate active effects, other than to perhaps keep the place illuminated. You fucking crit. However, looking upon this basin here is a different story. There's this milky, glowing white that is originating from it, which just seems to beckon something of power. And looking towards it, you can see there's a series of small tools and oddities that are rested upon it, almost haphazardly discarded, and they're quite curious. Some of them are curious tools, not unlike the ones that you had seen previously, the simple tools, with one curious difference. They are all made of stone.
What about, like, the milky basin? I get what you're saying. Is it like a liquid, or is it like a light Or is it like a bit
It's
of
a
both?
liquid, to be sure, that is giving off
Okay.
this white light.
If I'm assuming it's probably the stone. The tools are made of stone because it probably reacts to metal in some kind. So I want to like take one of the tools and like dip it in there real quick to see if I can like get a slightly safer view of whatever it is. If that's
You
possible.
take this tool and you dip it slightly into this glowing white arcane latent fluid, and it just seems to have this intelligence about it where it seems to permeate around the edge of the tool, but nothing happens other than the slight disturbance.
So with that being said, I would like to... Is it prepped? It is prepped. Awesome. I will detect magic on the basin specifically.
So this is a 30-foot
the liquid.
radius.
Mhm.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, and then everything else, but specifically I want to know about the basin.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to like place it, because that, yeah.
Okay. Hold the fuck on for a second. There's a lot of magic in here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would imagine so.
Okay.
So if you want
That's the
to
whole room.
Yeah.
like
So
skip it to be easy, if the pink purple sigils are just light, just completely skip them, unless it's more important.
on the topic of light, the braziers certainly have a aspect of evocative light to them, something to keep them lit for centuries to come undisturbed. However, the interest on the basin intensifies as there is an extremely strong sense of transmutative magic that is permeating within the liquid inside this basin. It's a relatively deep well, that's for certain. And you think that anything that comes into contact with this fluid is subject to its transmutative effects. Also, can detect that there is a faint trace of this, well, not faint, a significant trace of this effects coming from every one of these, what looks like almost like coffins or resting places.
Can you say the type again? I coughed like right as you said that. I didn't hear it.
It's transmutative.
Oh, okay, on the coffins as well? Okay.
Yes, that is the predominant effect here.
Okay. Kraken will just say, well, obviously, it's lit with magic. That's kind of plain to see.
Mhm.
The liquid in this basin is transmutative, as well as I'm getting something from all the coffins. All the coffins
All of them.
are also transmutative.
You said there were tombstones, correct?
So they appear without getting closer.
I mean, I'm going to look at these ones over here, see if there's a name on the tombstone.
You do so. You can see that there are some unfamiliar names that are on plaques. You have to this. You have, oh, Jesus Christ, Urdritrix, Christ, and Trunior, left and right, respectively. What's curious about this is there is a name, there is a rank. They're both mage adepts, and something of an entry date, using a date denomination you're not familiar with. There does not appear to be any date of birth or death.
I'm just gonna go around the room and look at the names on every single one of these tombstones.
You do so as you make your way around the room, and it's much of the same format where there is a clearly displayed name, a rank, and a date of entry. There doesn't appear to be anything that resembles birth date, death date, or anything that's really typical with epitaphs.
I have a question for the DM.
Uh huh.
Could transmutation magic halt, like, the flow of time? Like, did we enter, like, a state, like, a medieval magical, like, stasis chamber?
There's theories that could stem from such a process, but as far as theory alone, there's a lot of conclusions that can be drawn. In theory, you could take that avenue, but stopping time, is an extremely powerful magic, and the pings you get off of these resting places are not implicative of something that powerful.
Okay. Because that's what it seems like, as date of entry. But
I mean, entry into a guild, but there's no birth or death, so... Okay, if there's a date of entry, is there anyone that has a date of exit?
You make your rounds and inspect, but they're all consistent, and you see no exit date.
so at the cost of doing something stupid, want to just crack one open and see what's up? Because this is just this is a place in a book that operates on its own, from what it sounds like.
Yes. After looking at all these tombstones, which one seems to have the lowest rank that I can surmise?
You can see among the larger lot here, there's one or two that are labeled as a mage apprentice.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's the lowest thing that you can see.
All right. I'll go ahead and approach one of the tombstones that says Mage Apprentice, and I'll say, "Let's open this one." If you can.
There is a series of very sturdy hinges on one side that allow this to be opened.
Okay. You grab one side, I'll grab the other.
Does anybody else object?
I'll just stay back here while you do it.
Because the only other thing to do would be to, like, for lack of better words, take a dip in take a milk bath.
I feel like whatever is in that basin is something to do with.
Oh, I have
whoever's in
no
here.
doubt, but it's either we open it or dip a finger.
So I'd
A
rather
little
open it
cobweb
first.
appears. A little cobweb appears over your shoulder. Open the spooky box. Do it. Do it. You know you want to.
I say we open it
Alrighty,
first.
Yeah, I'll just flip it open.
Yeah.
All right. You go ahead and open this as the coffin opens to one side.
Mm-hmm.
And you look inside, and you can see what appears to be a well-made statue of a young woman. You can see that she has features which are consistent with something of a druidic persuasion. Her hair almost resembles something of leaves, and she is eyes closed in a neutral posture, so it's carved. The detail is great, very well masterfully done, and she has this dress that seems consistent with something of a mage.
How, like you say, great? Is it like impeccable detail?
Yeah, it seems that this is something that has detail to a great degree.
This might be a little far-fetched, but maybe whatever's in the pool, they either
DM,
drape,
Yes.
how familiar would you say Dagny is with the spell known as Flesh to Stone?
I was gonna bring that up.
Do you have that spell?
I don't have that spell, but I'm wondering if I have knowledge of it.
You've definitely heard of it. You know of it to be certain, especially given that you're a level 13 wizard. If you want to inspect this to try to draw connections, you may roll Arcana.
I'll help, since I was in the middle of, like, bringing that up.
Yeah.
I guess you can have guidance.
All right. Well,
So-
fuck.
So advantage plus a d4?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Can guidance stack? Because I can also give guidance.
No, it doesn't stack up.
Damn it.
That's a 21.
Christ, DC's only 15.
Hey!
You take a look, and with Kraken taking careful note that there is transmutative magic present within the room, given the odd condition of the epitaphs, if you can call them that, there's no mistaking it. These people are still alive. They have been petrified and put into stasis.
Pseudostasis. Interesting. I imagine that basin is actually a potion of flesh to stone, possibly. Hence why the tools are stone. Let me see here. I know it has limitations, I know that. Just let me look at it real quick. No, I don't want to cast it. I want to look at it. Creature, object, or magical effect within range. You know what? We're gonna try it. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Dispel Magic at 4th level on this lady.
Oh shit. Okay. Does that work on Flesh to Stone? Please hold.
It's, well, Flesh to Stone would be considered a magical effect.
Yeah, if they're under the effects of a
Unless
transmutation
specified.
spell.
Yeah.
How do we know these people aren't gonna fuck us up?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
There's
They-
How do we
they
know
clearly
these people
wanted to-
involuntarily enter stasis because they have a life-ending disease or something?
Well, too the fuck late now.
They were
Bullshit.
imprisoned, like.
They just immediately just melt.
Well, hey, come on, y'all.
Yeah,
nobody
that
was
one had melting bitch disease.
nobody was stopping them when they opened it up.
No.
This was
The opening up is one thing.
conclusion.
The trying to bring her out.
Game paused. I'm a little concerned about that.
There we go.
You know, maybe we shouldn't be casting Dispel Magic in a magic world.
Well, I'm only
You know,
casting it on this
dimension.
one person. They're in stasis for a reason.
Yeah, it's just choose one creature, object, or magical effect
Yeah, so
within
I'm
range.
posting Dispel Magic on her.
Alright. A moment. You cast a spell magic on this flesh to stone afflicted woman, and you see your spell take hold, grip the stone form, and slowly this stone begins to melt, as it were, as it returns to flesh. And after a moment, eyes begin to slowly flutter awake, and a labored breath is drawn. By Helios.
Welcome back.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
Are you well?
Hello. Members of the Conclave.
Yes. We happened upon this place and were curious as to why they had you in pseudostasis.
I'm surprised you weren't informed. By Kaizamora's plan. Oh, in accordance to King Leandros. Don't. He was successful in his ventures, I assume. Tell me what has happened.
Roraki.
Bring back the chick that's been frozen for a long ass time.
Can you tell me what year you think it is?
let's see. I went in at 27 AGM. I don't know how long it's been. I was in the dark.
What year is it? Because
It's
Bracken would know, being from like down here, right?
it's
If
130.
the
It's
year is different.
137. It's 137.
Yeah, 137 AGM, just after genocide of mankind.
Okay, I didn't know if like it was different between upper and inside.
No, it's the same.
Alright.
I mean, I'm just gonna turn around with Kraken and say, would it be best to keep her in the dark, or do we tell her the truth? I'm not sure what to do here.
So Bracken is just speaking in Dagny's mind. Should we try to ask more about? Like she asked if it has been successful. Like ask why they were put in here under the king's orders.
Right.
That would be our best bet.
Yeah. Okay. I'll turn back around and address her. I'm sorry, can you tell me your name, please? So I don't forget.
I am Conclave Dryad Cho Shane. Apprentice to the time of entry, right? The rankings have changed.
Yes, well, you said you were put into stasis under Leandros' orders?
Oh. To be so important. No. It was simply a directive orchestrated by Kaizamura.
Did he tell you?
Are you not up to speed on the efforts here? I
Um,
imagine the entire section has been put to the same purpose.
I'm sorry to inform you, but, Kaizamura is no more.
By the kings?
In fact, he has passed a long time ago.
What of the conclave?
Bracken will just gesture to the rest of the, like, I don't know, stasis chambers or whatever you want to call them.
It seems that all that reside within these coffins are all that remains of your conclave.
We are not dead.
I realize that now. You allowed yourselves to drink from this basin for flesh to stone, yes?
Drink. Phew. You seem just as clueless as I am.
What is the name of the conclave other than the conclave?
It is simply Kaizamura's conclave. The only name that matters.
Kaizamura. Well, I'm sorry to tell you.
Have we found an exit from Helios?
No. In fact, we have not found an exit in the last 110 years.
100? Why am I awake?
To question you.
To be so bold. Are you even affiliated with the wizard?
As I said, Kaizamura is no more. You find yourself within the confines of a book that he created full of illusion magic that recreates it in an interdimensional space. Whether you will survive outside of it is unknown.
Okay, lady. Why did you bring me back?
Because we have happened upon the end to be part of the enter the book, and we found just a secret room beyond a bookcase.
Do you even know Kaizamura? His legacy?
Besides him
Give-
being the author of this interdimensional space, no.
Would
So you
Kraken
are-
know through any means?
Who
Or
Kaizamora is?
yeah, probably not. I would
You've
assume.
heard of him. You know that he was well accomplished and was one of the pioneering minds during the early days, the formative years of the Auroran Dawn. What you do know is he was desired to keep working in tandem with a lot of the Twin Kings and the Farseer. However, he chose to take his own path and go into something of isolation, much to the displeasure of the fledgling Auroran government.
Well, as far as I know, he was essentially a big help with starting life again down here, working with the kings. And then he just disappeared on his own. He just went off to do his own thing. And that is the last we've heard of him. And that was, at the very least, 100 years ago.
I imagine he
I do not
disappeared.
know when he passed, so
I imagine it was sometime when he was in this book. But as far as we understand, you're possibly all that is left of Kaizamora's legacy.
Just me.
And all those who
well,
rest here.
I mean,
See. So you're telling me that are still within our Heliostone prison?
Yeah.
Shit.
yeah, exactly.
Fair
yes.
enough response.
Yes. But we're still, working on it.
You said this was a directive from Kaizamora. What did he say would happen after you were awakened?
We wanted to live long enough to find a way to escape the tyranny of the heliosic machinations that took everything from us. And we understood that even at the rate of rapid advancement within the inner world, it wouldn't be enough to come up with a way to truly find our own place. So, we decided to put all of our pursuits on pause, to stop aging, to pause time for ourselves, until the day came where we did have our own way, our own land, where Heliostone ceases to be. There's a place beyond. And of course, seeing that it was not anytime soon, and Kaizamora was aging rapidly, we opted to put ourselves away until the active remnant conclave, still active, would see that we've reached the point where we can wake the others and truly return.
Well, would you like to try again? We can.
Do we have a way off this miserable rock?
No, but doing nothing isn't helping.
Especially with the turn of events that we've experienced for ourselves in the last couple years, I would say.
Advancements in magics and technology has skyrocketed since you've been gone.
But you're
Your
telling me it's
knowledge
still not
can
enough.
still help. Well,
Nope. I
we
am
did
but
more
an
than you
apprentice
did.
in my craft.
Understandably so. It's just time is running out as Leandros had his own plans of sorts that could have put this planet in a further danger.
Yay, Death Spiral.
What do you mean, Death Spiral? What's going
Oh,
on?
fuck.
He,
We're kind of in like a three-pronged war with everything.
including Atlas.
What in the hell's happened? What did you do?
It's not what we
More than
did,
you
but
did.
what your king
Actually,
did.
not our fault for once.
And I will basically tell her what Leandros did and what is happening to the planet as a result.
Okay. You give her the rundown. Sure. Give me like 30 seconds. I'm gonna use the bathroom really quick.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys kind of formulate how you want to proceed in that time. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
So it seems we've starved off immediate combat.
I'm sort of like we probably should have not avoided coming down here, but like
Yeah,
We should
that-
just grab a
why do you think I chose a lower ranking one?
I think we should just grab a cup and splash her with the potion. Because I don't think talking to her is really going to. Well, she's for one an apprentice, and it seems like everything she is saying is just, well, we gave up. Why didn't you do anything? It's your fault.
yeah, but do we know what kind of fighter what kind of class she is? I know we said druidy, so are we assuming she's a druid?
She is a dryad.
Yeah, she said
Guys?
dryad. So,
Yeah, okay, dryads can fuck people up, guys.
Yeah.
Hear me
Yeah,
out.
but it's flesh to stone.
Yeah.
If I
Yeah,
could,
but I'm
She
not sure she gets to save against that.
Well, yeah, and she already said that's not exactly how that works. When we said, so you drank it, and she literally said that's not exactly how that works.
Mm.
I don't think it's as simple as shoving it down her gullet.
I think a really important detail that we might want to stew on is that these guys were turned in before prejudice began to spread throughout Inner Helios. So, assuming these guys are all druids, and assuming, like, all of them have no prejudice against us, I think Nadira actually could probably
What a lead.
get them on our like literally she could have her own circle if she plays her cards right.
Well,
I just thought of something. What do we know about San Andrea, by the way? The Lich.
not much. He essentially kind of did the
know
same
how
thing
old
that
he
Fulcrum
is?
was doing. He essentially changed his nature to help against the angels, but found himself
Okay,
locked
but
within
like,
one of the
do we
stillborn
know how
moons.
old he is? Like, what if this wizard
He
just turns out to be
He
San
is
Andrea?
fucking old.
I mean, yeah, he was
Like old.
like he was around during the time of the genocide because there were war machines where the stillborn moons were. So
I think the biggest predicament that we're going to be in right now is we've woken up somebody who, quite frankly, does not want to be awake,
yeah,
and you know the secret tunnel was fun and all, but there was a reason it was a secret tunnel in a book that we didn't create, in a history that only one of us was alive for, technically. So maybe we should recenter back to what we're supposed to be doing here if we come out of this.
yeah.
Well, that's why I'm thinking I wasn't saying force feed it to her, but like throw it on her or something, or like
I know,
figure
but
out
I
how
don't-
it works.
I mean, we could just like give her the offer.
This
Offer
is
her,
a
hey,
pretty
just
good
go back to sleep
opportunity,
then.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Like Inner Helios folks who don't want us dead and who have actual real standing in like society here.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. but, like,
Assuming we can get him out.
this might also be considered like a cult of some kind now, though.
Yeah, because they
considering-
were following a defective wizard.
Yeah, essentially.
He defected from the two kings. They all went to sleep until there was a better, like, that's total A treason and B defective.
Yeah.
Well, you're right, but also it's a potential ally, and we're sore for him.
While that is true, though, like, I mean, would they even want to leave the book either? If that's the case,
Would they
like,
survive
sure.
leaving the book?
Yeah, if they
Can
don't
we
leave
even
the
tell
book,
them about
then
leaving the book? Because we don't even know how to get out of the fucking book. We don't even know why we're here.
Yeah, well,
I'm sure
Well, we
it's
do
gonna-
know why
Truly,
we're
we
here.
don't. We know why. We think we know why we're here. We have no idea because the dude said, "All right, I'll be at the campfire. Talk to you later." Like, we don't know how to get out of here because we have not spoken to him yet. So we can't be like, "Hey, you want to get out?" Because we don't know how to get out.
mm,
we're in this encounter with limited information on how this even happened.
Right.
Other than we touched a book and we got teleported here. Other than knowledge of the outside world, we have no chips in this conversation.
I forget. Is this just like a normal human, or is like are dryads like a race?
A dryad is kind of like an elf spirit thing that
Yeah.
like takes form
They're
in a
fae.
tree, kind of.
They got really fun nature magic.
Okay, well, like, I mean, even if she does age, like, super rapidly to compensate, she'd probably still be alive, because elves live a long time, and fae live a long time, I
Yeah,
think.
100 years wouldn't be shit.
She is a fae. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
No, I've been here. I'll let you guys cook.
Oh, okay.
We must cook. What is our idea?
Does it seem like her attitude toward us is amping up?
She definitely doesn't seem pleased that you helped yourselves to waking her up. But it doesn't seem like she's gonna like assault you over it. She just seems moderately irritated.
Annoyed. Okay.
Well,
There's a plan in place and you're seemingly squandering it.
I know this can seem kind of shocking, but it seems you have other ideas in mind, so we can put you back in your former form if that is what you want, as she gestures toward the basin.
She looks over towards it and her expression softens a little bit. Well, clearly you wandered into the wrong place. Yes.
Okay.
You may not know Kaizamora's whereabouts. You say he's dead, but I don't know.
I mean, his book was
I refuse.
pretty much in a museum, so...
As there is many of his things. That is not news. I would say I would like to be put back. We've invested too much into this. Even if the world is bad now, the Aron Dawn is strong. But you seemingly have no bearing here. I suggest that you put me back. Leave the Aura Forge alone, and us alone, and leave this place.
Very well.
what did you call this place?
Her eyes widen a little, and she shakes her head. Forget it, just put me back, if you would kindly. If what you say is true. I would like to go back in here and wait.
A forge?
Just forget it.
All right.
The magic taking place here. Listen. The magic here is not for you. We can make a difference at the right time. This clearly isn't it.
Okay, well, do you know how to go back to Zone? Because obviously you said that it didn't work like that when we
Fetch
offered
a
to
bowl
drink
from
it.
the basin and quickly dribble it over my head. The water, when divorced from the well, will only stay potent for roughly 30 seconds. Apply it to me, and the rest will take care of itself. Please.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you handle that, Kraken, as she steps away.
Cool. I just got my limbs back, and now I might be stoned if I fail.
Oh, let's go.
So yeah, I guess Kraken will go over. Is there a bowl nearby, or is it just the tools? Because I think it just said tools.
I thought they said
There's
they'll
a
lift,
bowl.
like, the whole base, the bowl.
There is a handheld bowl that has kind of a lip to it, like designed for pouring.
Oh, like a ladle
It
thing.
seems
Yeah, so
ceremonial and has inscriptions along the edge.
Okay.
yeah, Kraken will go over, dip it in, and pour it over her head.
You do so, and you can see that as this white glowing liquid dribbles over her, you can see that the immediately contacted skin begins to harden back again to solid stone, and she gives a nod of the head. Thank you. We will escape this prison. I know we will. And with that, she returns to the state that she was once in.
Hey, so this place is apparently called the Aura Forge. You want to go let?
Yeah, I heard that too.
Our dragon, the dragon friend guy.
Yeah.
I would assume
Oh,
that with
at this
Aura,
time,
he might know.
Cobweb approaches.
Cobweb.
So,
Hi
like,
guys.
we know what he's interested here. He probably definitely wants that Aura Forge.
Yeah, I would assume that's probably why he brought us here. Let's go get him.
Why would he want the
So
Aura
I think
Forge
that
for?
brings us to the question of where do our alliances lay here?
Well, I don't.
Well,
Like, what do you mean?
We've given him a sliver of his power.
we have.
Do we fully trust him?
Oh God, no.
Absolutely not. But dragons are able to give information, and that's why
I
we
mean,
needed him to look through it when we were literally running away, trying to get to Fulcrum. We needed him as much as he needs us.
I have a
I'm just
crazy.
afraid of what happens when he doesn't need us anymore.
Well,
Obviously.
dragons can take human form, correct?
We've seen it, yes.
Yes. So, if he knows so much about this book and what it was, what's the chances are that he is the wizard and he just kind of disappeared and just kind of left these people because they weren't really useful in any way?
That's kind of a rampant thought. You think Anthosea is really Kaizamora?
I mean, it's just a random guess because I would assume he knew of this place in the book.
That
He
is
would
also a good point. Who else would have really known about this dimension?
He would have to have been part of this because obviously these people know, unless he just pops in and out of the museum and is just openly studying the book.
There's a spell, Legend Lore. So
That is true.
I think I can cast it. I just don't have the material components for it.
I had spell scrolls for it at one time, but those have been long since used.
Yeah.
So, what was in the box?
Stone
People.
lady who,
People.
Oh, don't worry,
Yes.
they're not dead. They're very much alive. They're under the effects of flesh stone for a reason.
they're very unhelpful and lazy, so we left them there. They really are. Well, at the very least, we'll kind of keep this to ourselves. At least this area and whatever this forge is, and we'll see where it goes with him.
Very well.
It's really bold of you to assume that he does not already know.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes,
Well-
that's my idea. He knows this. He was part of this at some point.
Well, the creature is obviously said he was going to interrogate us. It is as much interrogation of us as it is of him, so.
Well, let's get it over with.
Yes.
Okay.
Head back up the stairs.
All right. Heading back, everybody?
Yes.
Heading back.
You.
All right.
I don't know. I still have the strangest feeling that we might still be getting watched.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean,
by somebody.
we're in somebody else's realm, so if we're not being watched, I'm shocked.
I mean, technically too.
Yeah.
If this is just like an enchantment, unless there's a secondary power source theoretically keeping this running, he could still be alive. The wizard, right? Stuff like this doesn't just last 100 years.
Yeah.
Very few artifacts actually last that long.
I mean, only one way to find out. Let's go.
All right. And so you head up outside, back towards the winding upwards hill where the growing of orange flame light is more and more apparent. You come across to a clearing and you can see that there is a sizable campfire in progress. You look and see that there is quite the pile of firewood that has been accumulated, seemingly collected by the strength of a dragon. Standing over the fire, knelt and staring into the flames, you can see Anthozea has been waiting very patiently, collecting his thoughts and mulling over his own trepidations. And without even looking up, he does give a acknowledging nod to everyone approaching. Restful times, I assume.
The water's really nice.
Yes.
More or less.
I expected nothing less. It's a rare thing these days to have such quiet. I miss it in a lot of ways.
I think a lot of people miss that. At the constant worrying about being killed, angels, and all that shit.
And there's much to be worried about.
Yes.
How did you find this place, by the way? I mean, it's a book in a museum. Not many people would have really thought more than
eyed
journal.
this tome more than once, understand. But I could never get quite close enough because of the protective barriers that was guarding the tome. Not to mention that the museum tends to be a very busy place. Well, it was. I may make no mistake. I did not personally orchestrate the incident that cleared the place out. I had something different in mind to get us the privacy of getting to this place. But as fate so
Happy
has it,
coincidence.
right. Fate has favored us for once. Though it worries me, fate's attitude towards not only humanity, but all life on this planet in the coming times. And then there's you, that somehow is a linchpin in all of it.
Fate chose us for some reason.
Is that what you call it now? Truly fate? Or is there some other interpretive vision which you bestow arbitrary seeming patterns to higher powers? Is it fate? Is it this Zula? Is it Helios? The old gods? Something else?
On the surface of Helios, in the city of Highshire, 137 cartographer patrols were sent across the surface. 43 of those patrols made contact, and only a third of them reported back. But our patrols 26, were the only ones to make contact with an actual cartographer.
So random chance makes you special.
I don't call it random chance.
What do you call it? Humor me.
Death wish.
Destiny.
Destiny. What does this destiny mean to you? What exactly is this destiny going to do for those surrounding you? For those in the outside? Does your destiny provide a field guide to this, or are you at its mercy?
Actually, I provided the field guide.
Touche.
And I don't know what to call it, but In all my travels and all my exploits and in getting contact with each startographer, there's always been a stepping stone, and apparently, at the end of it all, I will be one of the last startographers. How I get there, I do not know.
Charming. You wish to be like them. Did destiny drive their paths as well? Is that the
I don't
imbuing
know, but my
quality?
mother saw it.
There it is. A familial vengeance. I think that we're really getting to the root of things, and I think it's rather quite simple. Of course, there's many adepts' hands at play, angels, startographers, destiny. You can apply whatever label you would like to it, but when you boil it down to it and poke the bear long enough, there it is. A very human, emotion-driven resolution. Your mother.
Yes.
Which you call destiny, I call unresolved trauma.
Of course it's unresolved. The Angel of Death killed her, and I don't know why. That's the only answer I ever wanted.
Tell me, Dagny, the responsibility on your shoulders, this destiny that has bestowed you the position you're currently in, if in one hand you had the power to save everyone, or at least perhaps High Shire, and in the other hand you have true retribution for your mother, answers, justice, and you could only pick one. Where will your destiny drive you towards?
My mind keeps telling me to save the people. But my heart is saying vengeance.
And there we have our problems, Ascended Souls. Take Dagny's sob story as not only a example of her own doing, but that of something greater. Humans. They are not without flaw. Each and every one of you has something incredible within your souls. But it's not a clear mind or a hand of destiny, hand of God, Helios. It doesn't matter. What does matter is there is some selfish emotion in each and every one of you that are swaying the tides of this entire planet. And that is truly terrifying, more so than the fear of any angel ever could bestow.
I think get some envy from the Angel of Death out there.
So what exactly are you saying, Anthosea?
I'm saying that to have the power of ascendant souls in creatures so flawed, so fragile, is this really what the world is going to hinge on? You can't tell me with a straight face that there isn't some better way.
That knowledge is unknown to me. That is why I seek the knowledge of those more knowledgeable than myself.
Well, you've certainly come to the right place to talk with someone who has seen their fair share of the world.
You know of the world outside of the interior?
Not directly, no. The internal world has been my dwelling.
And how do you think you can help us?
Because I'm not human. I'm something stronger. I don't have a mother to avenge. I don't have a kingdom I'm trying to save. I don't have grudges and scores to settle. I am fascinated by this world and its secrets. I would like to see it continue. I would like to see myself continue. And if the creatures alongside me get to continue breathing as well, I consider that an added bonus. And yet, fate is not in my hands directly, it is in yours.
I think you'll find that self-preservation's a two-way street here.
How do you mean?
You judge us for our flaws and our selfishness, and yet your fascination is the reason you want to remain alive. I'd say that makes you selfish. And yes, the world's in our hands, but I think our flaws and I think our selfishness and need for self-preservation is why as much as we don't want it, the judgment that hinge to the fate of the world, I think, is in good hands. Yeah, we're all fucked up. We all have trauma, mommy issues, dark histories, dark pasts, familial bonding, familial abandoning, issues with the world, genocides we've lived through. I don't think it's fair to judge us for being human.
I'm not trying to be fair.
No, the world's not fucking fair.
On that we are agreed. Incredible.
But it's possible.
There is common ground between us, after all.
Selfishness, self-preservation, an objective to want the world to continue, whether it's for your dark fascination with its little secrets and crevices, or our ability to just want to live our lives. Is vengeance a good thing to go off of? Absolutely not. But I think wanting to preserve the memories of those we've watched die or lost is.
You know, upon our first meet, there was something that was said to me. You once told me the pressure of the world upon you shall create diamonds. I'm curious if this pressure shall simply obliterate you instead. Upon that first meeting, it has already killed one of you.
Well, if we're obliterated, then so are you.
It doesn't have to be that way.
No, it certainly does not. Now, where can we start to stop that?
Asking the real questions.
But would you
To truly get in touch with this power that for one reason or another you all possess, it's not a matter of simply asking yourself what you can do. I think it's a bit more fundamental. I think in order to truly understand this power, you must understand yourselves, and I'm particularly interested in your shortcomings so we understand your weaknesses and how to play around them. Lest in the moment of critical thinking, if vengeance for a dead loved one clouds your judgment if you don't truly understand yourself, you will not pay the price alone. The world may follow with you to your grave. Is that what you all want?
Nothing says team bonding like group therapy.
Then why don't we all lay it out? Dagny's vengeance and drama is apparent. She's quick to share it. Admirable and troubling all the same. You, Natira, you've been alive for quite a long time. Quite a large canvas for rips, tears, and smears to form. How has the genocide treated you in the years preceding?
Like, what was I like before all the trauma?
What were you like after the trauma? How has it formed your being?
I'd say the spark went away. The love for wanting to know people and wanting to... I, like many of these guys, when the whole thing happened, lost my entire cartography group. We found some of them dead in the snow. And I mean, who wants to get close after everybody you love dies, right? You know?
You were
Let
kind of a
people in.
cold-hearted bitch when you first showed up.
I was not the nicest person, this is right. I made poor decisions. I was a very selfish thinker, and I will be the first to admit that. Was not a good person. The spark was gone. So that's who I was.
Do you think the dulling of your own personal spark is reflected in the spark that now is within the form of an ascendant soul?
Not necessarily. Because even with the ascendant soul, there were still some battles internally that overshadowed all of it. I mean, what's the point of living when inevitably you're gonna die, right? What is there to live for? Who is there to live for? You know, you certainly aren't what makes me better than those who already died. I think the Ascendant Soul just almost seemed like a good way to mock my survival of the genocide. Why me?
Your
It was
apathy and nihilism has kept you safe. I wonder if it'll keep those around you safe.
Nadira, before we entered the portal to fight Gilthune, why did you kiss me?
I hear everybody chuckling and I fucking can't with you assholes.
Why are you gay?
This bitch don't kiss and tell. That was a great time for that audio.
I was really wish I had the gay echo.
Oh,
I'm sure somebody does.
I got
Oh,
you,
yeah.
Home Slice.
I'm
Hold
waiting
on
the
a
5
second.
seconds. Yep, I'm waiting. There it is.
There we go.
It happened so quickly, it didn't really have time to process.
Time to think about it?
I mean, it happened so quickly, I didn't really have time to process. We were literally for a fight of our lives and we didn't know what was going to happen, but...
I thought I was gonna die. What was opening my heart one more time? When I didn't plan to walk out of there. I didn't go into that fight wanting to walk out of there. I wanted to go down with him.
And you thought it was smart enough to do that?
No, has any of this been smart? Absolutely not. All modicum of intelligence was gone 130 years ago when the world was blown to pieces.
I mean...
It's all been driven by survival.
I mean... Why choose me?
I don't think there was one exact thing.
No?
I mean, it was somebody as hurt by what had happened as I was. It's not recognizing trauma in one another. It's not even... I don't even think there's anything deep to it. It just was seeing somebody who was hurt and still wanting to fight to live. And then that made me want to fight to live.
Did I give you a reason for living?
Your output on the world, whether it was filled with vengeance or not, did. And then getting to know, the green bean over there and knife ears and his high elf mortality,
Man, fuck high elves.
fuck high elves. I just look at Earthal and like give him the peace sign. I'm like,
Racist.
fuck high elves.
Fuck high elves.
And you know it. You are one of the big reasons, yeah. Stormy, don't make bad choices right now. Stormy's trying to turn my computer off.
No, let's not.
Sedate him again.
Ketamine. Sorry.
Yeah, you kind of see that she's kind of fidgeting like a little bit, like she's messing with like the collar of her shirt and kind of crossing her arms over herself like she's hugging herself. And she looks down and she just says, I'm not sure what to say right now.
You don't need to. I'm not looking for any kind of anything.
Okay.
I'm certainly not one to rush somebody. I'm gonna like swing my head back to Anthazea, like, anything else?
Anthozea's expression has softened to a point. Not at the moment. Humans are fascinating, aren't they?
Dragons even more so.
Flattery will get you anywhere.
I just want to be one so bad, so you know, I'll work on it.
Anthozea's eyes squint and he locks onto Erythal. As for you, how in the hells do you sleep at night?
By closing my eyes.
Well, I don't. I actually go into a trance.
Elves don't need to sleep.
Who needs sleep when you can just not?
Was that your actual answer?
No. I assume you want to get my trauma and all that, then.
Of course. Can we start with the fact that you had spent your entire life worshipping the Angel of Death unknowingly? Sold on her lie?
Yeah. I guess we can start with that. Now, my entire family was extremely devoted to this image of
Was
Zula.
or is?
They might be. I am not. Not anymore. Not after I saw what those images of Zula really represented.
Which was?
The Angel of Death. Should have seen it. The similarities. The coda. And then, for all my perception in the world, you guys talking about that one person who said they're hiding in sheep's clothing, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Fucking what Coda's wearing is a fucking, what, wolf?
A wolf head.
It's a wolf's head on
Yeah.
his shoulder.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ, I can see like a mile away, but I can't see fucking symbolism right in front of me.
To be fair, neither did we.
Yeah. I worshipped that, though. None of you really seem to worship Zula when we didn't know what Zula was. What Zula truly was.
I stopped all worship of Zula after my mother died.
I've never heard of her.
I can't blame you, Kraken, as you never... Well, I can't blame any of you now. I don't want to blame any of you.
I know it's fine.
I don't know, I guess the question for myself is, was I doing it because it was really for Zula, or was it for approval?
Let me ask you something about your conviction as a man of the cloth. When you were devoted to Zula, following the footsteps of your kin, your family, peers, there is a certain level of certainty, devotion, conclusion in your mind that is required to conjure the clerical practices that are natural to the craft. That's been shattered. You seem to have shifted this focus elsewhere, trying to attribute the life that you felt to a different image now. Let me ask, the certainty that you had felt when you lived in Highshire, in this power that you were wielding, and the certainty now on what you believe it is coming from, are they the same?
No. That belief I had in Zula, it shattered when I found out what it really represented. It died like the person I chose to forget in order for information.
Your brother?
I can't believe I gave that up.
At least you saw it happen. I had to find out years later.
I don't know what's better, though. Learning years later, or watching it happen and just choosing to forget it. Even if it was for information that helped us, it didn't really help us in the long run.
I don't think either is better. No one's loss is worse than somebody else's just because they watched it versus not. Loss is loss.
I think after the whole thing that happened with the Angel of Death, tried to cling to whatever made sense. That I still had this clerical power, then something else chose me. And then the idea of Helios. I think Helios does help me, but while I'm here, I'm cut off from Helios. Except Helios is... well, the power that resides within Helios is in all of us.
Yeah.
So am I the source of my power?
I mean, depending on how you want to think about everything, everybody is the source of their own power as they believe that they can do something well enough that it becomes a reality,
I mean,
or it just doesn't.
You definitely discovered that when you made your fundamentum, Kraken.
So
Think,
what happened, New Blood? You make your own power as well?
Yeah. Yeah, it took a... well...
What exactly
took
do you
quite-
call your own power? Mechanical limbs? It seems that you've ditched that idea.
Crackett just wiggles his toes in the dirt. Well...
For better or worse, granted, but...
well, it wasn't really the limbs, it was more like... I strove to... I saw my own deformities, and he kind of holds up his hands, which unfortunately had to be brought back along with my legs, but I can deal with that. I lived most of my life with them. But...
you're not the only person who sees
But...
them.
But, I spent my whole life trying to make it so other people didn't have to deal with this. And I am technically succeeding in that as my works are spread all across. even if they are simplified and whatnot, but I just sought to make it easier for people, and I'm the only time I had what that my selflessness turned into selfishness was when I decided to follow in my brother's footsteps and become a boxer. And that worked. That was going actually pretty well. I met a new friend and a great rival. I had essentially a second father in my coach. I made new friends. I had a bunch until essentially I broke a lot of rules for a very selfish reason. And I was suspended. And then working on going back to my regular work, I ended up losing my legs in an accident. And it's kind of just started with all this, and then now I'm here.
Well, isn't that a delightful
I guess
underdog story? So tell me, you strive to make a difference in the world through your inventive work. So tell me how your own mechanical limbs are supposed to empower your people to fight the angels. It seems like you've abandoned your own helpings yourself.
Well, they just let me move like normal, and now I can kind of just do that anyway. Wasn't really like I was abandoning anything. Besides, I'm going to put them to good use still. I'm still going to be helping people. My
Well, isn't
primary
this a
function
miracle?
in my life is still going.
This is Erethal's doing, I imagine.
Oh, yes. Pracker will like walk over and like smack him on his chest plate, smack him on his back, be like, oh, he was very helpful in that. I could possibly, depending on the outcome of all the situations, I can become a selfish person again and maybe start boxing again. But we'll have to see where that
You
goes.
seem like you have been little more than a selfish tinkerer working on toys of compensation. Meanwhile, there are miracle men who are making an actual difference. So, why is it that you were worthy enough by, what was it, destiny, to receive an ascendant soul? What do you plan on doing with that?
I have no idea.
Charming.
I even know these people just because of engine failure. So I'm kind of just here. Follow they intend to help the world, and I'm still currently doing that.
How reassuring. Then cheers to engine failure changing the fate of Helios. And Anthozea's glare eventually rolls over to Cobweb and locks eyes. Don't go telling me that your life is perfect.
Surely not. Well, but I'm also probably not going to spill my guts and bawl my eyes out, if that's what you're expecting.
So you're going to allow these things to eat away at you internally while the godlike power in your chest gets swayed by your inability to cope with your own issues, while people outside of these circumstances suffer when you fail to make a difference, when the world is in grave peril. Now that sounds like a wonderful idea, Cobweb. It seems as though even though you now have two eyes again, you're more blind than ever.
Sinadrea, you are full of wet donkey shit.
Anthozea!
Anthozea, my bad. Sorry. And let me tell you why. You spoke of fate. The giants knew of fate as the ever-branching river. Immutable, brute, random, but fair. Yes, I don't cry out to the sky when my comrades die. I do not throw dust upon myself when my home is burned. What use would it be?
So what then? This gives you inherent mastery over this godlike power, because you're reserved.
I don't know what you want me to say to that.
Truthfully, neither do I. This is about exploring the human condition, understand? I have spent many years weaving in and out of Aurora South, and North for that matter. I have learned a lot in the ways of humans. But one thing that continues to irritate me time and time again is how their flaws can create avoidable issues had they been stalwart in their decision making.
I think you might be wrong there. I think that this selfish desire, this flaw that you see, is exactly what makes us connected to Helios. I think that the selfish desire for something, the selfish desire to protect something alien to you, even at the detriment to yourself, I think that's very human.
Upon mentioning humanity's unique connection to Helios, Anthozea's eyes widen slightly. You can see that, in saying so, the words of everyone else, with their recollections of trials, tribulations, and overcoming obstacles, and even their own shortcomings, seem to click with the words that you speak. Cobweb, roll persuasion with advantage, given the performance of the rest of the party.
Let's see.
I'm gonna give him my like +4 thing. I have to find it.
Guidance.
Very well. And
No,
guidance.
Flash Genius. It's just straight up +4.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
That's better.
It's not a D4. Yeah.
Cheeky persuasion. Pop. So 16. Oh wait,
He said
I rolled
advantage.
once. My bad.
Oh,
Oh.
thank God. So 16.
Well, did someone give you guidance, or is that also you, Bracken?
That's
I was muted. I said I did, but I was muted.
Oh,
Alright.
cute.
The Flash of Genius is just a straight up +4.
Okay,
Yeah.
It's
so
equal to
you
my
get- you get-
intelligence.
roll a d4 then, because you get that from Erythal.
gotcha.
So 17.
17.
Okay.
Hey,
Okay,
16.
no, fucking all the d4s that have been rolled either by me or on my behalf by people I've been given guidance have been like so fucking low for the last week.
Hey, I mean, it's a D4. What do you want, dude?
Yeah.
Good.
You can see that there's a lot of conflicting thoughts that are rattling around in Anthozea's head, and he becomes frustrated, unable to come to a decisive conclusion with any of it. If there's one remark that definitely is failing to give him an understanding, it's Helios's very apparent favor of humans over all other creatures. And he grits his teeth. These shortcomings seem to be defining factors in who all of you are. Not necessarily what they do to you, but how you respond to them. There are side effects to all of these endeavors, but some of them do show a quality which I have observed in humans for a while. Perseverance. Tenacity. It seems these fragile, two-legged creatures don't necessarily seem to know when to quit.
As you stand in your human form.
Right. And here I am, with a facade of such. or I may judge something not a sound decision and stay reserved, observant. Others, humans, may charge headstrong towards it, with reckless abandon even. Many die, many do not. It's deeply troubling that, in the end, no matter what rationale I'm trying to pin on all of your faults and how these faults are swaying fate, it's a gamble no matter which way you measure it. And that is as maddening as it is infuriating.
You know, striving for perfectionism is also a detriment to your mental health. Not
Yes,
every
I've
trim
spent
is
many
perfect when
sleepless
it's
nights.
cut.
No, not necessarily. Alright, Ascended Soul. You've made strong points. I have one further thing to entertain. All of this hinges on what you're fighting. More than just angels. It's the angel. It's more than just her, too. It seems as though Atlas itself has its hand in the game.
So
I can understand the design of Helios. I've had a long time to study it. Its connection to Atlas. Its clear parallels. But the Angel of Death is an anomaly. Just what in the hells is this thing? Truly.
I mean, we tried to figure it out as well. It seems celestial in nature, but there's no point of origin. It's as if it's its own entity.
What about what Cobweb saw when he did the whole projection thing?
About
Atlas? Think he said
When I
something
can-
about a bunch of angels?
From what I can gather, from what I could gather, Atlas is similar to Helios, a gigantic superstructure. They are, in fact, Legion. In terms of raw power, we don't compare.
So what if the Angel of Death is alien?
outside of Helios and Atlas?
I was thinking more so from Atlas, in terms of alien. Alien from Helios. I mean, if there are angels on Atlas, and Atlas sent the whole thing down onto Helios to kill us all, then it would make sense that he'd send his top lieutenant or whatever.
It would explain why Idravok was afraid.
She holds a power that is stronger than any other angel on Helios.
It's the fact that when the Angel of Death kills you, there's no way
You
for
don't
you to
come
come back. When I...
And we saw what she did to Helios Stone,
Yes.
to Idravok. Don't think anyone else here has the ability to destroy Helios Stone like that.
No.
Well, it wouldn't be so sure. We can't destroy it. We know that, so far at least.
But the
But-
power,
Do you remember the rifts?
the rifts like
Yeah.
on the island where time was kind of frozen?
No, the sort of angelic bird cages in the ground, out in the wastes. Oh shit, what is it called?
Oh, the weird ribcage thing where we
yeah,
saw
yeah.
Yes,
kind of.
yes,
Oh,
yeah,
no,
yes.
better. Okay.
Yes.
I touched it and it curled back into place. So,
Remember what Fulcrum said to us?
Hmm.
That with once we master this thing, we could be able to control Heliostone in a way.
I'll interrupt you guys for a moment. Cobweb, upon your mentioning of this angel ribcage, you look over and you don't necessarily see it at your peripheral, but you feel it in the intensity coming from Anthosea.
Remember when you did that, by the way?
I beg your pardon?
yeah.
Say that again.
It curled
No.
back into place. The rib.
There was an angel being born where that was, and he willed it back into
On
the
the
ground.
outside world, yes?
No.
No. Inside. Things just got a lot worse, didn't they?
Anthosea stands up with inhuman speed, and there is a crackling of strong energy in his hand as he casts a strong spell upwards at the sky.
Ah, damn, we done fucked up.
Hey, what's that about?
Gaze is locked on the sky for which he struck.
What are you doing?
All right. Testing a dimensional barrier, and I want to make absolutely certain that nothing heard what you just said.
You have the ability to see things that we can't see, so you'd know if we were being scryed.
Yes, and I saw nothing of sorts. The security that this dimension offers, it is genuine, but understand that what's at play here is so far beyond our understandings that even my certainty of what I can see may not necessarily be absolute. Pray that there was nothing seeing this. But since the cat is out of the bag now, you're telling me that there are actual angels within the stone of internal Helios.
As if it was being birthed from them.
Uh-huh.
They seemed sluggish, unmotivated, directionless.
I mean, when
Where?
it was out near the
There was a giant storm.
the Oryx storm.
Was in the Outlands, I believe they called it.
Yeah.
I've ventured in and out of the uninhabitable zone several times, but I've never seen such a thing. How did you witness this?
Well, the angel of... Yes, an angel crashed the party.
It slew Jackstall, and his radiance seeped into the landscape. I think I see where you're going with this.
The greater remnant humanity is the Auroran Dawn. There are countless people in the inside world, and their safety hinges on the absence of angels in here. Now you're telling me that they are here, buried under Heliostone ribcages.
Yeah.
Understand what this knowledge could do.
It could tear the entire Auroran Dawn apart. Send people into a panic.
And there would be nowhere to go. Not really.
So then we all need to move quick.
Is there really anywhere else to go, though? We all know that the Angel of Death is down here. You all felt it just as I did. The dread at the mine.
Hmm.
Yeah, but we can't fight a war on two fronts.
We really can't.
We can't.
We need to be smart about this. We can't let our cloaks drop.
Oh, God, no, but we also can't let enough time lapse that they figure it out themselves.
And if anything, there's already a sphere of influence because the children of the Endress. Remember what they said? that there would be wolves in sheep's clothing. Someone is already trying to turn it against us.
I believe we've already encountered them.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember that freaky priest
Yeah.
Yeah.
with
The
the
robot
spooky
one?
spell blade?
Yeah.
Do the angels share information between each other?
I don't know. They
Great.
seem to work together.
Or
They
do
share
they?
some form of directive.
Would you say it's almost hive-mindish?
I can't say with any level of certainty, but they do seem coordinated. That much is understandable. And the Angel of Death does seem to have an influence over this unity to some variable degree.
Wonder if they already know that we're in Southern Aurora, right?
Yeah, you were in Aurora South when you came here.
I wonder if they already know that we're in Aurora South. The familiar faces we all saw before coming here?
It's
The what now?
The hallucinations.
I don't think those were hallucinations.
They were
I think
traps.
that's them messing with us.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything.
I don't
That's
think I
why
have
it
either.
tried to get me to go towards the border.
What?
They're targeting us one by one.
Wait, what border?
The border of the barrier.
The end of the chapter.
The end of the chapter. Yes, that.
Is that what you saw on the other side of the lake?
It was a ghost. But I rejected him. I came back. I did not break the barrier.
That shouldn't be possible. Nothing in here could influence you. What exactly did you see? Was this face familiar to you?
It was an old ogre shaman, a friend of mine from days past.
Approach me, Cobweb.
Okay, lol. As he walks over.
He stands and he puts a hand to your head, and you feel a tingling. This tingling starts in your mouth and kind of goes through your sinuses and eventually to your head. Have you recently had a meal or drink in a public space anytime within the last day?
Probably.
If I remember correctly, I think it was.
Didn't we get drunk at the tavern?
We sure did.
No.
Yeah, I got
Oh well, yeah,
Yeah, you did.
Some of us, two of us
the
stayed
fresh flask?
sober though.
yeah. Two of us were sober, but I think all of us ate. Only a few of us drank.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
everyone
fresh
had a meal
flask.
there, and only a few people drank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remembering. Anthazea has a dismissive glance towards all of you. As I expected, he breathed some sigh of relief. It appears you have been afflicted with face weaver dust.
Face weaver?
Someone is trying to get you to follow familiar places to what invariably must be a trap.
Loxodon?
Didn't the Luxodon say we were being watched?
He's trying to warn us.
They do already know.
I mean, I think all he gave us was a key, and that key brought us to.
Yeah, it brought us to the Recollector.
The Recollector.
He returned this memory key to you?
Yes.
No one said its name.
How did you know that?
I peered into one of your minds when we first met. I know much about you. You seem to forget.
He was
To
sort
be
of
fair,
poking
we've
around
had
my brain
a
case.
hell of a month.
Yeah.
There may be some tonic I can create within the space of this place that will clear you of the face weaver dust. Question is, who is trying to lure you into a trap? This doesn't seem angelic by design. It's too rudimentary.
I feel like our list of
The
enemies
Lawrence?
could be pretty long.
Not angelic by design, but perhaps an intent. It's the Angel of Death has been known to be a trickster, a puppet master.
Yes, or it's one of two things. It's either the children of Leandros trying to
Change their mind?
trying to change their mind, or it could be Ragni.
I mean, unless he dusted us in our sleep, the only time I can think of where we got, like, sprayed or dusted by anything was when we when we had to essentially break into the city and use sneezing powder.
Mm.
He could have also found a way to do that
No,
when we were in the
because
pods.
if
Well,
that
that's what I
sneezing
mean, we were
powder
asleep.
thing happened, we would have been seeing faces way sooner.
Mm.
Yes, so then
B-Man.
Yep.
What is the name of that sort of raucous group of cultists that one guy with the sort of dark knife was a part of?
Dark Knight. When was this?
When we had that fight on the
creature,
bridge with the Aurorans.
yeah,
the propagandist.
Oh, I believe that was the New Dawn Acolytes.
yeah, glowy skull guy.
I'm gonna be honest. My money is on them.
I mean, none of us were sprayed by anything, or
No.
unless it was just pure contact with them.
It would need to be ingested.
Oh,
Either way,
yeah, the only thing.
Effects don't last more than a few short days.
So, but maybe it was from that bartender.
Yeah, there's no telling who's compromised.
Well, we do have a solution for that, and you're gonna hate it, but you guys know I can make food, right? So for the safe end, we might want to only eat the food that I can summon.
Dust witches.
I mean, if that's the only way to mitigate any outside influence, then so be it.
Yeah.
Food and water.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it seems you've given me much to consider. As for what you are assuredly going to ask of me, your words and your emotions, your truths, they do hold merit. Observe.
Lieutenant Ivzula.
I remember that.
It has strengthened. And through all you have reflected within yourselves, this will allow me to find the radiant power that is latent, unique to each and every one of you. At least those who still do not understand their power. It will take.
Oh, that was the thingy. Got it.
Yeah.
It will take some time.
Another thing, Anthosea, you have a sliver of our power, and that makes you a target. I don't know if you know that you can shroud it, but I think that's how the Angel of Death is tracking us, via the radiant signature our souls give off. Now you have a sliver of that radiant power. You're probably a blip on the radar too.
Understand that this power resides within the stone. I myself do not possess it.
Oh, I thought we gave it to him. Okay.
I mean,
I can possess it should I choose to do so. But it
Well, I
invites
mean,
the
you're also holding the
challenges.
stone, too.
This is true. It invites the challenges that all of you face should I take it from myself. When the time comes, I may do so. Once I fully understand what this power does to people. This is why I was so harsh to expose the shortcomings of all of you. You must understand I cannot hold back when I find everything I can about power. That was one of the most pressing agreements that we made with one another.
that it was?
Then our goals seem aligned even still. Quite a productive conversation we've had. There may not be much to this place, but it invites many truths, many avenues for that which we carry. But perhaps I'm getting too lost in my own flowery bullshit.
We love flowery bullshit.
Then you're in good company. In any case, I'll need roughly an hour to pry into this. But understanding your power is all but guaranteed, but it may require participation. In the meantime, if no one has anything further to add, I am going to continue to work with this stone.
Before we got here, did you have a chance to thoroughly explore the place yourself?
No, this is my first time here, much the same with all of you. My knowledge of this place has only come from hearsay and recountances of Kaizamora's secrecy.
How much
Like the
do you
place he
know
built.
of Kaisamora?
A great deal on his accomplishments, and much of the foundations of the Auroran Dawn were his assistants. Perhaps not as influential as the kings or even the Farseer, but still an asset that could have been more had he not chosen to retire. Still, looking at this place, I can see to a point why he did it.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose you could look at it that way. I mean, they only said he disappeared. They don't know where he went.
The general consensus is that he is deceased, but I suppose that too can be questioned. Powerful wizards can conjure much.
Would you say if a wizard is powerful enough, they're able to permanently change their form?
I believe they can.
Like a dragon, perhaps?
It would be an exceptional choice.
You can't blame him on his word.
Maybe just throwing out a kind, maybe a gem dragon.
Trust me,
Don't
sweetheart.
look
I
at
wish
me.
I could take credit for Kaizamora's accomplishments, but I am not the same as him.
Well, I'm not saying taking credit for his accomplishments, but saying that they are.
If I had the assets that Kaizamora did, then perhaps I wouldn't really need to rely on this small stone to pry more into your ascendant souls. To have a following, to have resources, a legacy, artifacts, sway in the governments. I possess none of these things.
That's fair.
Like out of game. Did we ever was it known that he had a following of people who went with him? Because we never mentioned that.
No, we didn't. I was kind of leading up to that.
Okay.
From what you know, like he was a very influential person, and Anthozea is more informed on his history and his influence on people, like what's in the history books, than all of you. You know very little.
Okay, so it's one of those, it's a given type thing?
Mm-hmm. Well,
Okay.
seemingly, yeah.
Yeah.
You say that he made this place to retire. Yes?
One could see it that way, yes. I mean, how can you deny this view?
If that's the case, then where's the body? Because safe to say, if he wanted to retire, he would eventually die here, right?
Well, if you find a shovel, then have at it.
Who would have buried him if this was his place?
Exactly.
He's a wizard. I'm sure he has plenty of capabilities. Then again, he may not be dead.
And
I mean, he also might not have even died here. He might not have gotten the chance to retire.
And how... I mean, you said he and the kings had their differences from what you have gathered, correct?
The kings had a vision to construct a world for humanity to persist, Meanwhile, Guy Zamora had grown wary of making the calls for people's lives. He was not fond of trying to decide the lives of people during genocide.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
Really now, are you well studied on his ventures? Care to have a history debate?
No, I don't have any information on Kai Zamora. I just believe some of the evidence of my own eyes from what I've found.
Okay, hold on.
Guys, we're giving away way too much here.
Yeah.
Like, we need to back off.
Do we tell him about the funny people
Do
boxes?
continue, Dagny. If you have something I don't know about, perhaps we can gain more knowledge on this place and assist our own benefits. Out with it.
No, I'm...
Oh.
That's...
No, huh? Ethazea smiles a bit. Very well, a secret we shall take to our graves when the angels rip our guts out.
The mutual mutilation. Not the
If you
time?
don't mind,
Okay.
I do need to concentrate on the stone to properly pry. It shouldn't take too long. An hour or so, maybe more, maybe less. If you want to go for a second swim, then be my guest. I shall be here.
Dagny will very quietly stand up and walk away.
What's the rest of the party doing?
I'll go
Probably
after-
following.
Yeah, I'll follow her.
All right. Leaving
Yeah,
the
why not?
warm, flickering flames of the maintained campfire, you exit out of the clearing and down the winding path through branches of violet willow trees back towards the warm light of the cabin at the base of the lake. To yourselves, once again.
I didn't think getting a hobby was considered selfish.
He claims to be such a perfect being, pointing out our flaws that define us.
Well, mine are very easy to point out.
Yes, but for
And-
the rest of us...
But he's not wrong. I mean, the fate of the world is kind of hinging on our hands. It's not the time to be bringing in impulsive feelings and emotions clouding judgment.
I don't think that's quite right. I think he's just trying to get it. You know what I mean? He's an outsider looking in, and he sees us feel a certain way, and he doesn't understand it.
Oh my god, we feel emotions. How unbecoming of humans.
Well, no, I think, and take
He's
this with a grain of
curious.
salt. I don't think he's just curious. I think he's jealous.
Yeah, because he can't feel. He's a fucking stone.
Whoa.
Aw.
I mean,
A gem dragon? Hello?
listen.
I take offense to that.
On the nose.
It's mildly racist.
Bracken, I forgot.
Yeah, he's an amethyst dragon, so he's literally like shiny and stuff like
Purple.
stone-like.
Yeah, but you're different because you are humanoid. Unlike him, he can only take human form. That's not his permanent form.
Bracket just kind of like just squints.
Take it all with a grain of salt, and we
Just-
get what we need out of him.
Yes, but still. The fact that he thinks that... Yes, I know I bring up my mother a lot, but again... That's... Her death is one of the main reasons I decided to become a wizard. It's the one connection I have to her, besides the photograph I have of her.
So take that connection and use it to make her proud.
I'm trying, but... Sometimes I just wish I could talk to her again, and when I used that wish, it felt like her soul was trying to get out of the stone of the Angel of Death. Like her soul was locked in it.
Well, then use that feeling.
Mm-hmm.
We beat her. You can talk to her.
Turn it into
How's
hope.
that?
Hope is a lot less dangerous than vengeance.
Well, you could still use the anger you have. Just focus it.
We're trying to get her to work on her anger problems.
Well, no, it's fine. No, I had a lapse in my own anger, and that's the reason why I was suspended from boxing.
How?
I think
I did a lot of bad things when I was in that. I broke a lot of rules. Anger can get you to do great things, even if they are somewhat bad.
Then how the
Just
hell am I?
focus
How the
it.
hell else am I supposed to feel, huh? I can't be happy.
Why not?
I just said focus. Focus it. Direct it.
But why not?
I mean,
Why can't you be happy?
Because I'm separated from my family, my brothers. I'm literally inside of a fucking planet where I know nobody except you guys.
Are we not your family? After everything?
I didn't say
A found family, still family.
Family's still family.
I know after all we've been through. Yeah, we are, but
I know it's not biological. It's probably a good thing it's not biological, but
at the same
We'd
time,
be a really
my
fucked up
whole
family.
we'd be such a fucked up family.
Sorry.
I'm not claiming to be perfect. No, nobody is perfect. No human is. Even I was born wrong. I mean, look at me. I have to use braces in order to walk right.
I mean, yeah, not gonna say that.
But when
I had a moment of realization. Hey, that's probably not a good thing to say.
Jesus Christ, your mom would want you to be happy. She wouldn't want you to be in a miserable spiral of hopelessness.
I'm not trying to be hopeless. The thought of destroying the Angel of Death is one of the few things that gives me motivation, but at the same time, trying to be selfless and save the home that I love and the people in it. And having to choose between the two, I don't know what to do. And I feel like the only one who would actually really give me some sound advice would be my mother, but she's not here.
Well, I think the issue is you're trying to separate the two.
Really important. You said that you felt your mother's presence in the Angel of Death stone, yes?
When I wished for her to be restored to mortal form, I felt the Helios stone of the Angel of Death shake. She's in there.
I think maybe your dream of speaking with your mother one last time isn't as far-fetched as we might believe.
See, that's the weird thing.
If that's what's keeping people from being resurrected, perhaps the soul isn't annihilated. It is absorbed, contained, imprisoned.
That is one of the limitations of resurrection magic. Most spells, the soul has to be willing.
Well, if she's also the strongest of them, it would make sense.
Yeah, she's willing. The soul is willing, but she can't because the Angel of Death is preventing her.
So we kick her ass.
Yeah, I mean, like I was trying to say before. You're trying to separate the two into two different things, so you have to do separately. You can do them both by just killing the Angel of Death. Get rid of her. If we can kill the strongest one, we can kill all the other ones. We save everything.
About killing.
You're trying to separate the two when they're both the same goal. By saving everybody, you get rid of her. By getting rid of her, you save everybody.
If we can weaken her to the point of being able to separate them. Well, shit, I can't imagine how many people might be trapped in there.
I mean, from what it sounds like, this might be more postulation, but she might be similar to how a lich is. Lich needs souls to keep going. Maybe the only reason why she's so strong is because of however many souls she got.
Doesn't the lich consume the souls over time, though?
I mean, yeah, but same difference.
That might also explain
get
why
the
she's
idea.
more independent.
She's being influenced from those inside or something? Who knows?
Well,
No.
she's using the actual human souls to strengthen her connection with...
Quite literally have the human spirit.
Could be. I mean, this is all speculation. I'm just pulling this out of my ass, but...
Oh, so am I.
Either way, we train these powers, we figure out what we can do, and we kick her ass.
I just had a weird thought. What if
Oh god.
what if she's going kind of sort of back to the lich thing, what if she's trying to absorb all these people to try to ironically be similar to, the I don't mean to swear, but the dick in the forest. He's trying to learn how to be human, he's trying to understand. How do you know she's not doing it, but just doing it the absolutely most violent way possible?
Hold on. When we saw Akoda on the ship, and I told her, and I asked her why she did what she did, she said that my mother was poking her nose in places that she had no business being. There's also the fact that my mother was working with someone who's well known in the underground before she died.
Do you happen to know the name? Because if they're well known, I can figure that out.
I mean, I don't think he would have any association with Aurora. He was known on the surface, Mr. Reed.
Oh yeah, I got none.
Yeah. Like, I wanted to have a discussion before Aurora decided to attack Haisho, but... And he was touring some of the underground cities before we came down here. But... I don't know, it's not knowing the why that I think is holding me back on keeping the two together instead of, keeping the two separated and not together, because they're two totally different things. For me, fighting the Angel of Death is like fighting death itself, and in all fairness and truth, and she says this with tears in her eyes, I don't want to die.
Well, everybody fights death every single second of every day until they happen to lose. Be for whatever it is. You're doing it right now.
I'm still so scared.
We all are. But that's why we have to work hard. That's why we need each other.
When I joined the Corps, I only wanted to see the world outside my window. I never actually thought it would lead me here, inside the planet. Knowing what I know now. And that terrifies me. And even with all this power inside of me, I don't have all the answers. I never expected to. I never expected to find myself in this sort of position. I'm sure y'all didn't either.
Oh, definitely not.
I thought I'd be dead a long time ago.
Honestly, I thought I was coming really close with the Ijabok.
That's there were a couple times I was like, oh god, and here we go.
The fact that every time I stepped out into the unknown, I always feared dying. That's why I always clung to somebody to be safe. To shield myself from whatever danger lay ahead, because I knew someone would, and somehow I feel like that made me a coward in the beginning.
Just makes you human. But you can't be afraid to feel. You can't be afraid to let those feelings be what helps you reclaim it. Take it back. You're afraid of dying, so let's go kick death in the ass.
I've allowed myself to feel a lot of things. Fear. Hope. Sorrow. And I think in some small part, and she'll just glance over at Nadira, even love. God damn it!
Damn it.
We're not. It's fine. Whatever. It's fine. They're boys.
God damn it, do I have to fucking cast some ceremony or some shit?
Well, there was
We're
an
just
old quote.
roommates.
Oh my god,
There
they're
was an
roommates.
There was an old quote I heard once. Devotion inspires bravery. Bravery inspires sacrifice. Sacrifice leads to death.
I don't think that's as motivational as you want it to be.
Well, it wasn't a motivation. It's philosophy.
Got it.
Everything that we're doing is leading us towards
All paths
her.
end.
All
Just choose
paths
the
end.
path you
We're
take.
leading to her. But in that quote itself, it doesn't specify. You were talking about destiny and all that. Well, we're currently taking it by the horns and attempting to do something with it.
Yeah. We are, aren't we?
The ever-branching river is a closed circle. We all return to one in the end. It's our choices and how we meet our end that make us who we are.
I'm gonna reach my hand out to Dagny.
So it sounds like that. It sounds like we should return her to the ground before we do. That's all there is to it.
Dagny will take
Hell
Nadira's
yeah.
hand.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. So let's wait for Dragon Man to do what he needs to do, figure out what the rest of you can do, and
I'm gonna go
Make our
back to my
plan.
room and
Well,
tinker.
what about that cage idea? I mean, the uninhabitable zone,
Just snaps. I'm
the
gonna go for a swim.
ribs.
what, like try to
Murder
cage her?
thing.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if
I
it's
don't
Not a
know.
Go
bad
back down
idea.
into the ground. Be gone, thought.
well, I mean, we still don't know if it was, a cage or a womb, really.
No.
I don't like that thought.
The way Anthocea was reacting, it seemed kind of harrowing thought, I guess. Like,
Well. Oh, you go.
it was
Good work.
like it has never occurred before. Or never thought it would occur there.
But it's not a horrible idea.
Well, I mean, it's also, we're not really permitted to go there.
We're not permitted to do a lot of things we've done. I feel like at this point we're past the asking permission phase and at the looking for forgiveness later when we save everybody.
Oh, well, it was more like we're not permitted to go there because, well, it's so dangerous. But that could be possibly why.
So is the angel of death.
Them being, well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. The angels being there, whether they're trapped or born or whatever, it's just, it could be leaking into everything. That's a different that's a whole different conversation. I'm gonna go back to my room and tinker.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't slept in a hot minute, so I'm gonna go take a fat ass nap under a tree.
And remember, we only basically have an hour.
Yeah, it's
And
better
with
than
that-
I need a nap, okay?
I need to make myself shoes.
That's right, Bracken doesn't have to wear shoes.
That's just
Party,
like
yeah.
I just like thought of that like currently. I was like, well, he's just walking around just hopping
Barefoot.
straight up barefoot.
Yeah.
Careful you don't get
Already,
bookworms.
either being shoe bound, nap bound, or otherwise, winds down to allow Anthosea his time to pry into the ascendant soul energy everyone has exhumed. Where we'll end the session.
I don't want it to end. I've missed
Well,
it so
that's
much.
I have less than
It's like,
It's no, I was thinking he was gonna call it an hour ago, but no.
This is like the second time something I've fucking done has come up in the campaign. The
Yeah.
fucking Eye of Zula, the fucking, hey, you can't absorb our power unless we let you.
Yeah, that's true.
How does it feel girl bossing too close to the sun?
Like Dakota herself is about to fucking knock my shit out.
Yeah.
We'll knock, we're the hand of Helios, we'll knock her shit right back.
Yeah, for sure.